لا ايه ده؟ ايه اللي حصل ده؟ ايه اللي حصل؟ لا في حاجة غلط حصلت والله. مش فاهم ايه اللي حصل معايا. روبيان هو يا اول يوم في البتاع ده حلو تصدقوا بجد يعني عجبني، بس مش عارف انا ايه اللي حصل. لا هو كده كده خلاص فاضل نص ساعة على العرض، بس يعني كنا مظبط كل حاجة قبل ما ابدأ، مش عارف ايه اللي حصل. عموما منورة ومنورين كل اللي بيتفرجوا. ندخل في الموضوع على طول. انا مبسوط ان البث اسرع يا جماعة. سؤال بقى، بما ان هو هنا شفتي كيميتسو نو يايبا، دي مسلية قاتل الشياطين، كل المعاني كل اللغات كل حاجة اهو. عشان بس عايز اسأل سؤال، انا ما شفتوش كله، فاضل لي 4 حلقات.
Phelps.
بس هسأل
I
سؤال.
was just discussing with Finbar here how well you were doing. Have a seat.
Yeah, it's my real name. And you can just forget all about it.
You boys have a new case. A poor Hispanic woman murdered near City Hall and left lying naked in an alleyway.
Oh.
Another naked woman, sir?
Yes. We seem to have had quite a run of them since the Dahlia fiend first struck.
Phelps is politely trying to hint that he thinks the Mendez case is hokey.
Well, young Phelps, you win some and you lose some in police work.
You're happy with the Mueller case, sir?
Over the moon, boys! The DA couldn't be more pleased with the evidence, the witness, and the lack of an alibi. Now, get out there and catch me another sinner.
لحظة واحدة، ايه موضوع الحلقة الأولى The Last of Us Part 2 ده؟ مش فاهم. هما هيقعدوا ينزلوا حلقات أو حاجة زي كده؟ لحظة واحدة معلش بعتذر، لحظة أفهم بس الموضوع ده، وهرجع أقول السؤال على فكرة، عشان السؤال ده فعلا يعني شاغلني من ساعة ما شفت 21 حلقة. شوف بس ايه الموضوع، خليك معايا يعني، احنا مع بعض هنروح فين؟ كلها كام؟ لحظة أنا هقول ما حدش يقول. كلها ربع ساعة ونشوف العرض التاني اللي هيقهرنا، أنا عارف. لا بيتكلموا عن اللعبة. سمعت في حاجة مهمة يعني. ماشي، السؤال هو أنا لوحدي اللي عيطت على الشياطين؟ يعني موضوع الشياطين دول بعد ما تانجيرو كان بيقتلهم، أنا لوحدي اللي عيطت؟ أنا لوحدي اللي حسيت إن في حاجة، إن صعبوا عليا، الناس زعلت عليهم يعني؟ ولا الموضوع ده عام، ولا أنت حاسة بنفس الشعور، ولا إيه؟ انا عيطت على فكره، انا عيطت بجد والله العظيم. بعد ما كان تانجو كل الشيطان بيقتله، وكان الموقف اللي بيحصل ده انا كنت بعيط. الشيطان أنا كنت كل ما بعيط كل ما بتعصب على اللي اسمه ايه، الموزونجي ده، ولا مش فاكر اسمه ايه. عشان ما اتقالش غير مرتين او حاجه زي كده. كل ما شيطان بشوف ايه اللي حصل له كنت بتعصب على الشخص القذر ده قوي قوي. انا لسه فاضل 4 حلقات، فيا ريت محدش يكمل بقى الاحداث يعني. انا وصلت ان تانجو اتاخد لهناك، فمحدش يحكي حاجه. بس انا بجد والله العظيم يا جماعه انا عايز اتاكد انا لوحدي اللي كده ولا ايه اللي حصل، بس ما اعتقدش ان انا لوحدي. انا عشان كده عايز اسال، انا لوحدي اللي عيطت؟ انا لوحدي اللي فعلا في احساس ان الشياطين صعبان عليا، ولا ايه؟ بس انت قلتي كلنا، فدي بقى دي اللي طمنتني، يبقى فعلا لا. موزان، اسمه موزان تقريبا، هو ده الشخص فعلا اللي لازم
It's the alley off Aliso between Los Angeles and
يتمحي.
Alameda.
You're kidding. The next one will be opposite Central Station.
Count yourself lucky, Phelps. Most guys would kill to land a case so close to their desk.
Yeah. It means they can pop in to hit the office supply of hooch whenever they need it.
You know, that ain't a bad idea. That is not a bad idea at all, Phelps.
انا اللعبة بتاعت الانمي ده لما تنزل انا هجيبها. يعني انا ما كنت شفت الانمي، وطبعا شفت ان في ناس كتير اتكلموا عليه وكده. شفت دلوقتي يعني 22 حلقة 21 حلقة من الانمي، فاضل لي 3 4 حلقات او 5 حلقات. تمام. لا بجد الانمي ده فعلا لا جامد، جامد جدا. يمكن في لعبة هتنزل السنة الجاية او السنة دي على البيس 4 والاكس بوكس 1. ده معروف الموضوع ده بقاله كتير.
Detectives, they're ready to start the show. I'll take you through.
تالت جثة، naked woman، امرأة عارية.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
Carruthers, Pinker.
Cause of death is pretty apparent. We thought we'd best wait for you. When you're ready.
يعني عايز تقتلهم اقتلهم، بس مش كده. يعني حرام، الميتين برضه لهم
Lacerations on the
حرمة.
neck would indicate a great deal of force.
مش هنا، رقبة انزل تحت.
Only 21 years old. But why the library card? Did he want us to find it?
Kiss the blood, BD.
ده نفس الكتابة اللي كان على أول جثة شفناها.
Another wedding ring torn from the finger. No skin under the fingernails.
اوه، المحققين بيشوفوا كده كل يوم، او مش كل يوم، كل فترة بيشوفوا.
The evidence in the Mueller case was solid. I'm not convinced about Mendez.
The best way to get away with murder is to pin it on somebody else. I'll bet a month's salary this is a copycat.
Strangled, battered,
Yeah, we know the MO. So does every jerk who kills his wife and girlfriend looking for a way out. I've spoken to Brown. He still believes the Dahlia perp has medical experience.
4 women, all murdered, all put on display, all with messages.
Mueller had no message. Look, Phelps, this is getting us nowhere.
Anything for us to go on, Mal?
Head injuries from contact with road, bruising from a small man's shoe, further blunt force trauma to the occipital region at the base of the skull. Could have been fatal, but clear signs of strangulation would seem to rule it out.
Lipstick appears to be a similar color to the other cases. I'll see if I can nail down a brand.
لا بجد يعني مش فاهم ليه كده. لا مش هنا يا بابا الشنطة. دي شنطة بتاع المشرحة. في حاجة هنا؟ سبونج بوب هي دي لعبة نازلة؟ لا هي هتبقى ضحك، يعني أكيد هتبقى ضحك. سبونج بوب وباتل رويال، يعني تخيل لي.
If she took a blow to the head like the others, she was probably unconscious when strangled.
بس فعلا في لعبة نازلة سبونج بوب باتل رويال؟
May as well follow the trail.
خسارة. أنا نفسي تنزل لعبة اليوجي لا مزاحي عادي. نفسي تنزل لعبة ليوجي تكون يعني
You'll want to come and take a look at this.
في ار، او لعبة بقى نشوف بقى يوجي والوحوش واقفة قدام كده يعني. لا يعني نشوف بقى حاجة بجد. ايه ده؟ أنطونيا.
Antonia. Huh. Same as the library card.
أنطونيا. بوم بوم الدم كده 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 كده. نبص هنا يا ابني. بعد إذنك بعد إذنك بعد إذنك. عيب عيب. مين اللي بيحقق هنا، أنا ولا أنت؟ كنت بتأكد من شيء. تمام. في حاجة هنا في الزرع. ماشي. مقفولة. ما اعتقدش في حاجة هنا. نشوف هناك الزبالة برضه. ماشي. المفروض نعمل ايه دلوقتي؟ اوه، خبط في الصندوق.
So what next?
Take a look around and see what you can find.
Take a look around. around. انا مش فاكر، تقريبا فاكر كان في مهمة او في قضية، كان في حاجة في عند الشجر. لا بسلم بس عادي مش. تعالى تعالى، تقريبا لقيت حاجة. مين اللي هيرمي بتاع ده هنا يعني؟ الموضوع مش غريب شوية إن حد يرمي مفك هنا؟ عايزك تقفل لي مسرح الجريمة من هنا لحد هناك. لا بجد مقفلين المكان حلو. مجرد باب يعني. طب تعالى نسأل الراجل الكبارة ده، ممكن يكون عنده معلومة ولا حاجة. لا مش انت مش كبارة انت.
I need to get back to it, Phelps.
ماشي. انت بتعملني وحش يا كابتن على فكرة. بتعملني وحش. ماشي.
Just what I think.
هنا دي الطاقية. بعد كده في دم هنا كده. استنى ممكن نلاقي حاجة في الزبالة. ايه ده؟ مفيش ظابط واقف هنا ليه؟
This is a crime scene. All of you move along.
ينفع كده؟ مفيش ظابط واقف هنا ليه؟ أنا عايز افهم. مخصوم منكم يا كلاب. ايه ده؟ وانت شايف انت عادي الحاجات دي تترمي هنا يعني؟ اهو نمشي والدم نمشي والدم. الدم
We kept the area pristine for you boys. Let's check it out.
الدم 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 الدم.
It's got to be a code or a cipher.
ويا فين؟ فين ويا؟ شايفة ويا ازاي اصلا؟ اذا كان ويا مختفية خالص مفيش حاجة ويا. دي خدعة صح؟ هذه خدعة. 2 5 3. وانا ناقص رعب يا روبيان، وانا ناقص رعب يا بنتي حرام عيب.
Where are you taking us?
مش هطلع فوق، بس لحظة قبل ما اطلع فوق.
Detectives? Clear this area immediately.
انت بتسلي وقتك يعني هي لا لحظة انزل. هي دي تسلية الوقت عندك بالنسبة لك يعني؟ تلعبي مشاعر البشر؟ اوه 5
House keys strung up like bait on a hook. You think he's trying to lead us somewhere?
Probably all the way to City Hall, that brazen son of a bitch.
حماس لا، ما انا مش هتخطم اصلا، انا عارف يعني، انا عارف ان مفيش حاجه ورايا. لو انا عارف ان احتمال يكون في حاجه ورايا كنت نطيت من على الكرسي. انا طريقه قذره سيبك منها. في شويه بصل معفن، سيبك من الطريقه دي. لا، ما انا مشيت ورا الدم.
On it goes.
مشيت ورا الدم من قبل ما تديني علامة يعني. يعني المفروض دي ما تحطهاش ان انا امسكها يعني انا امسك الجزمة باينة اوي يعني.
Proximity to the scene, plus the bloodstains. No way is this coincidence.
No way. No way you say. مش عارف ليه مفيش روبوتات، كنا جبنا كونر يخلص المهمة دي وخلصنا. تفضلي يا روبيان، خذي وقتك. جرائم القتل دي حاجات بشعة يا جماعة، بشعة. بيجيلهم القدرة ان هم يقتلوا، ويعني بيقتل بالطريقة البشعة دي ازاي؟ مش فاهم. أنتونا أكيد أرنولد.
Empty. Where is all of this meant to be taking us? He clearly wants us to find these things. He's left them for us.
There you go, Phelps. You got a new MO. I told you it was our guy.
Or he might just be getting more confident.
هو كل شوية بيسيب لنا حاجة ليه؟ مش فاهم أنا.
Enameled and gold-plated. This was precious to her. trail points up.
قبل ما نشوف دي نبص هناك تاني، يمكن يكون في حاجة في الجوانب كده ولا حاجة متعرفش. مش المجرم بيفكر ازاي؟ دول مجرمين واحنا غلابة محققين، فيعني بس اعتقد ان المحقق لازم يكون عنده دماغ المجرم برضه، والا مثلا هو يعني هيفكر، لازم يفكر زي المجرم يعني. يلا بينا يلا بينا نطلع فوق مع بعضينا. انت يا حاج، انت يابا، ده بيتشمس يا جدعان. مش عارف انا ليه الظابط يحطني في مهمة مع شخص زي ده، انا عايز افهم. دبلة.
Pulled from the finger and hung up here. What's the significance?
لحد هيك انزل، انت طلعت تبص عليا ونزلت يعني. اوه.
Looks as though the killer was decorating with this.
باقي القطعة.
Son of a bitch wants her identified. Mrs. Antonia Maldonado, 712 North Hill Street, downtown.
مالدونادو. هيحصل مشهد، هيحصل مشهد. والله والله يعني ناس محترمة، كل اللي انا طلعته ده نزلوني هم في ثانية. كل حاجة شغالة تمام صح؟ كله تمام، كله تمام. أه، بما اننا بقى يعني لقينا الأدلة، نكمل بقى نشوف بقى العرض بتاع النهاردة. وبكرة برضه في عرض، بكرة الخميس صح؟ بكرة هيبقى في عرض. بس العروض دي تخلص على خير، ما نتشلش منها أو نموت منها. يعني عشان أنا حاسس إن إحنا ممكن يجيلنا شلل من العروض دي. آه ماشي، هنقلب الكاميرا بس في الآخر لحظة واحدة. بجد أنا حاسس إن إحنا احتمال نتشل من العروض دي. نغير اسم بتاع ده برضه ليه فترة، يعني 5 دقايق كده. يعني 5 دقايق. أو مش ل5 دقايق يعني عشان ما أقولش في حاجة غلط، يعني لحد ما الموضوع ده يخلص نشوف احنا هنعمل ايه. لحد ما نشوف العدد بتاع النهارده هيرسى على ايه. بس عدد النهارده هيبقى زي الفل بإذن الله. أكيد يبقى أحسن من امبارح، يعني أتمنى يكون أحسن من امبارح. مافيا تريلوجي ده ايه ده؟ ايه مافيا تريلوجي اللي هم بيعلنوا عنه ده؟ محدش قال لي على الموضوع ده. نشوف مع بعض. شوف محدش قال لي. بيتغدر بيا ولا ايه؟ ايه الغد ده؟ محدش قال لي على مافيا تريلوجي دي خالص. هو لسه نازل اصلا اساسا من نص ساعة.
Everything I've done.
معلش اقلع دي عشان الصوت واطي شوية. بالنسبة لي واطي شوية.
Done for my family.
For the last 10 years, all
Done. I've done for my family.
for the last 10 years, all I'd done was kill. I killed for my family. I killed anybody that got in my way.
Family and who you're born with.
لحظة واحدة بس نشوف ايه العدد الحلو ده. لا بجد عدد حلو، يعني ما اعرفش ان توكيمون.
Is who you
سلام فوكس، ازيك؟
die for.
مافيا تريلوجي فاميلي باور ريسبكت announcement coming 19 مايو. 19 نفس الشهر ده. ده الشهر ده حلو بصراحة. بس دي مش
Everything I've
لحظة
done.
لا
I've done for my family.
انا بدوس ما بيقفش دي. ماشي لحظة، تريلوجي الجزء الأول والتاني والتالت، سيبك من التالت كده كده يعني مش هلعبه. ماشي كفاية إن أنا ما كملتوش أصلا، يعني التالت عندي وما كملتوش. تمام؟ الجزء الأول والتاني والتالت هو ده خلاص أهو ده المفروض هيبدأ. واو الجزء الأول والتاني عملوهم تاني.
Everything I've done. I've done for my family.
For the last 10 years, all I'd done was kill.
فيتو
I killed for my
الجزء
family.
التاني.
I killed anybody that got in my way.
واو
Family and who you're born with. Is who you die for.
الجزء التالت مش مهم، انتوا حاطينه وخلاص. احنا عايزين الجزء الأول والتاني. واو يعني ايه ده؟ واو بجد. ليه كده طيب؟ بدأنا نشغل أغاني نص ساعة لسه؟ نكتم كده، نقلل طبعا الجودة، مش هقعد نص ساعة بنفس الجودة دي، النت حرام. واو بجد ايه ده؟ ياه مافيا أخير. بس هو ليه الإعلان هنا 31 ثانية؟ ليه الإعلان فين؟ في ناس منزلين الإعلان 3 دقايق. هم كملوا الإعلان من عندهم؟ يعني ما فهمتش هو ليه الإعلان هناك 3 دقايق. واو بجد ايه ده؟ مافيا تريلوجي ولا تريلوجي؟ لحظة واحدة. نسمعها مع بعض. فين؟ مش دي عشان ايه؟ نسمعها مع بعض.
Mafia Trilogy.
يعني كنت بقولها صح. تريلوجي.
Mafia Trilogy.
مافيا تريلوجي. واو مافيا تريلوجي. نشوف ده لحد ده ما يبدأ. مافيا وذا لاست اوف اس. مفيش حاجة حاليا تاني نشوفها. نشوف ده برضه.
For The Last of Us Part 2, we're hoping to create a story that makes a commentary about the cycle of violence and how acts can beget other acts and show all the different aspects that could come out of it. Not necessarily good or bad, just the different consequences of one's actions.
I'm gonna find.
And I'm gonna kill.
And I'm gonna kill.
Every last one of them.
Every last one of them.
Inside the story. Come
I've
on,
heard a lot
baby.
of people say, why make a sequel to The Last of Us? I didn't even hear the full pitch of the game, but just like the outline of what Neil was wanting to do with this game, I realized, oh, this is something we have to make. This isn't even an option. There's absolutely more to do here.
There's always the fear that, when you made something great and you're going to go back to it, you're going to mess it up. You're going to mess what made it so special. The test for us was like, can we come up with a story that could, one, stand on its own and be meaningful and have weight? The same kind of feeling we had when we came up on the story for the first one. But also now, because it's part 2, it has to be additive. It has to take the first one into consideration, that if you played both, then you get like a bigger narrative.
The thing that Neil really cared about, that the studio really cared about, is honoring Ellie and Joel specifically, and their journey as characters. What is the honest next steps that they would take? What are the truest moves that we could see them do?
The Last of Us 2 expands on the first game, both in the relationship between Ellie and Joel, the relationships that we see Ellie having, and just the greater world that we're in, and we see more of it.
It's a genre story about this infection that turns people into these crazy monster-like humanoids. The core of it is about these really intimate, intense relationships.
At the start of the game, Ellie is 19. She is living in a safe, secure community.
We're coming in, 25 years after the outbreak. And you, as Ellie, live in Jackson, which is this kind of somewhat tranquil town in this really messed up reality.
She has real community now. She has people who love and care for her, willing to sacrifice for her. Joel is also very settled down.
He's now part of a town. He's no longer a smuggler. Actually, the town relies on this guy that is a very capable killer, and that's something these towns in this world need.
Dina, where are you?
And then Jackson and Ellie are shaken by a violent event. It really changes Ellie's day-to-day life, and now just living is no longer enough. Like, there's these people that have wronged her, and she wants retribution. You as a player are going to want retribution for what these people have done. And then you go off on this journey that leads you to Seattle, where now you're like stuck in the city that has these warring factions and they're both fighting over the spoils of Seattle, and you're stuck there in the middle looking for this very specific group that has wronged you. And that's the concept of the story. And then it takes you on all sorts of twists and turns in Naughty Dog fashion. I know even within the studio we've had a lot of like philosophical arguments about some of the events and what happens in the game, and I think in this one might be more divisive than the first game in a very kind of exciting way that I think it raises those interesting philosophical questions and asks the players to interpret some of the material that's there and see where they stand on those questions.
عملت في ده والله. اما النهارده برضه جيم سبوت عامل العادة مع ذا جيم اووردز سمر جيم فيست المفروض. بس اعتقد لا، يعني اعتقد برضه النهارده هيبقى زي امبارح عرض مخيب للامال، والا لو شفنا حاجة جديدة شكله هيبقى عرض مخيب للامال برضه. شكله هيبقى عرض مخيب للامال، مش عارف ليه، انا حاسس كده. عصب أوي فعلا لو عرض مخيب للأمان بجد. يعني لو عرض زي امبارح يبقى على الدنيا السلنكتي بجد. يعني يا يعملوا عرض كويس يا ما يعملوش. يعني يا يعملوا عرض كويس يا ما يعملوش عرض خالص أحسن. غيروا الصفحة بتاعتهم ونزلوا هم الإعلان من بدري. حلو. Family Power Respect Life Live the life of the gangster. ماشي هوريها لكم هنا برضه. lives the life ماشي فيهم. lives the life of the gangster across three واو earth واو الجزء الأول والتاني. أخيرا هلعب الجزء الأول، يعني دي أنا لعبت الجزء الأول بس ما كملتوش بصراحة، يعني أنا لعبته الأول بس ما كملتوش، يعني عشان الفترة دي طبعا اتعودت على ألعاب معينة لما تيجي تلعب لعبة قديمة قوي ما عجبتنيش، ما عرفتش ألعبها بصراحة. فلا الوضع اختلف، الوضع اختلف. وأخيرا حسن الجبالي في توة الجمالية. مين حسن الجبالي؟ ياسر جلال هو حسن الجبالي. بلاي تيزر تريلر انونسمنت. هي العرض بقى هيبقى يوم 19. Sign up for 2K account for more details. الجزء الأول والتاني هلعبه مع PS4 أو PS5 مش عارف بقى، لسه من الواحد مش عارف، بس هو بالجرافيك ده، بالجرافيك ده تحديدا، ده الجزء الأول المفروض بالجرافيك ده. مش عارف ليه حاسس إن هي نازلة على PS5 على الجيل الجديد مش على الجيل ده. أنا حاسس إن هما هيقول لك الجيل الجديد next generation. أنا ده إحساسي. لسه 20 دقيقة. استغربت برضه من حاجة كده قلت ايه ده. لا فعلا ايوه كده 5 ثواني 6 ثواني ده بالكتير قوي، تأخير 5 أو 6 ثواني. لا غير الأول. لا دي حاجة طبعا، ده أنا سعيد جدا، ده هطير من الفرحة. أول التأخير كان بيبقى 20 ثانية، لا التأخير دلوقتي 5 أو 6 ثواني. نسمع الأغاني شوية. بام بلا بام بام با 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 بام با با لا لا. بس العروض كلها مش باينه قدامي، عايز اعرف ادفع في ايه وما ادفعش في ايه. العروض بس تظهر قدامي وانا اشوف انا هعمل ايه بالظبط. وانا تقريبا هجيب السيزون باس بتاع باتمان، وهجيب حاجه تانية بس ايه لسه مش في دماغي.
Exclusive. Now comes the fun part.
Now comes the fun part. ما 5 دقايق بجد نصيحة مني شوفوا جدا. Epic Unreal Engine.
Hello, I'm Brian Karras, Technical Director of Graphics here at Epic Games.
Hi, I'm Jerome Plateau, Art Director of the Special Project.
A few years ago, we got together as a team and brainstormed where we thought we could push forward the state-of-the-art in real-time graphics. There were 2 key areas that stood out. The first, dynamic global illumination. Beautiful bounce lighting instantaneously.
I don't have to be constrained to do a game where the world has to be static, and I'm able to iterate a lot faster.
And we call this new system Lumen. We're about to show you what it is capable of. But first, there was another area that we thought we could push forward. Truly virtualized geometry. The artist wouldn't have to be concerned over poly counts, draw calls, or memory. We could directly use film quality assets and bring them straight into the engine.
And that's a big deal for artists. I just want to be able to import my ZBrush model, my photogrammetry scan, my CAD data without wasting any time optimizing, creating LODs, or even lowering the quality to make it hit frame rate.
In the end, that's what it's all about. Art that just works. And we call this new technology Nanite. Here is the future of Unreal Engine running live on a PlayStation 5.
Awesome. Let's take a look at it.
This has to be the right way.
اوه جيم بلاي، فاينالي جيم بلاي على حاجة جديدة كده. واو الجرافيك حلو.
Before we continue, let's stop a moment and take a look at some of the key features of this demo. Much of what you see was built with Quixel Megascan assets, but instead of using the game versions, we used the cinematic versions, which would typically only be used in film. There are around 1 million triangles each, and thanks to virtual texturing, they all use 8K textures as well. Nanite can render an insane number of triangles very quickly. There are over 1 billion triangles of source geometry in each frame that Nanite crunches down.
وعليكم السلام يا محمد. وعليكم السلام منور.
What does that many triangles look like? This isn't noise. These are the triangles, each a different color. Most are so small.
لا شفت أنا العرض ده يا محمود، شفته.
Detail down to the pixel. which means triangles are often the size of pixels.
منور يا محمد.
This amount of geometric detail requires shadows to be pixel accurate as well, and Nanite can do that too. Speaking of lighting, all of the lighting in this demo is completely dynamic, with the power of Lumen that even includes multi-bounce global illumination. No light maps, no baking here. Without GI, all of that beautiful lighting is gone. With Lumen enabled, we can move the light and the bounce changes instantly.
حلو ده.
Okay, let's keep going. We've made some great additions to our audio system as well. Convolution Reverb allows us to measure reverberation characteristics of real spaces, like actual caves that we sampled, and reproduce them in virtual spaces. Sound field rendering allows us to record and play back spatialized audio.
أنا سامع الصوت في الناحيتين، هنا شوية وهنا شوية، بسمع في المكان يعني اللي بيقع في الطوب. مش عارف انتوا سامعين ولا لأ.
This swarm of bats was created with our Niagara effects system. Particles in Niagara can now talk to one another and understand their environment like never before. We've also added a ton of new functionality to run fluid simulations like you see in the water below.
حلو.
The demo runs on our chaos physics system. Here we are using it to accurately simulate the rigid bodies of the falling rocks and the cloth of her scarf.
بس على فكرة الصورة مش حلوة قوي. بس هو قال الديمو ده بيجربوه على البيس 5 صح؟ أنا تقريبا سمعت إن هو قال البيس 5. يعني على ما أتذكر.
Now that the environment is so complex, we've needed to greatly improve our animation systems to adapt. We've added predictive foot placement and motion warping, which dynamically modifies IK and body position to look more natural. For the character to more realistically interact with the environment, we've added the ability to trigger seamless contextual animation events, like her hand on the door.
That's promising.
Dynamic GI is amazing, not just for speeding up iteration, but also for its impact on gameplay.
Nice.
Any light source can move while still having beautiful bounce lighting. Dynamic illumination means specular as well, which you can see on all the metal surfaces. You can even see the Niagara-powered bugs reacting to the light. Lumen not only reacts to moving light sources, but also changes in geometry. Remember we mentioned high poly assets? This statue was imported directly from
مثلث ملون أخضر
and is
شوية
more than 33 million triangles. No baking of normal maps, no authored LODs.
مثلث أخضر شوية تقريبا.
And we can do more than a single statue. There are nearly 500 of that exact statue at the same detail level placed in this room, for a total of over 16 billion triangles from statues alone. Over this entire demo, there are hundreds of billions of triangles.
دي بقى العروض اللي الواحد مستنيها. والاكس ازرق.
So with Nanite you have limitless geometry, and with Lumen you have fully dynamic lighting and global illumination, all running on a PlayStation 5.
لا انا مشغل البث قدامي يا محمود، البث زي الفل. مشغل البث يا ابني، انا مشغل البث قدامي، البث شغال.
There's not much time left.
And this doesn't need to be constrained to small rooms. It can stretch all the way to the horizon.
Wow.
Portal, it's open. Don't fail me now.
اوه اللعبة دي حلوة.
Time to see what's next.
Unreal Engine 5. Wow. Unreal Engine 5. واو بجد يعني coming 2021.
There you go. The Unreal Engine 5 is real, and that was the first real-time footage of something running on the PlayStation 5 as well.
PlayStation 5.
Amazing
PlayStation
day, I think,
5.
for gamers to get a glimpse at where games are going next. And now it's my honor to be joined by three guys from Epic to talk a little bit about today's announcement. Wow. Of course, we've got Tim Sweeney, Kim LeBerry, and Nick Penwarden. Guys, thanks for joining me here virtually. This is a really big and exciting day. I mean, I think I just was so blown away when I saw
أول حاجة نشوفها على PlayStation 5
can do. And Tim, this is, I know, a special moment for you to have, put a 5 on this Unreal Engine. I remember the first time you showed me the original Unreal Engine. I think it was like 1996 at E3 at a Marriott Marina Del Rey. And I was looking back last night at like the old Next Generation magazine cover with like, can you believe this is what a PC screenshot of the original Unreal Engine, how far we've come. Tell me, I mean, this is a big moment for Epic, but what does this mean to sort of the company right now to be able to, debut the first PlayStation 5 footage, but also, introduce,
لو 4K 30 فريم حلو جدا يعني ما عنديش اعتراض بس تبقى
هو
really 4K
a
بجد.
generational leap or more in technological capabilities. And the hardware that Sony is launching is absolutely phenomenal. Not only an unprecedented amount of graphics power, but also a completely new storage architecture that blows past architectures out of the water, and it's far ahead of even the state of the art and the highest end PCs you can buy. And so, with Unreal Engine 5, we set out to build a new generation of technology that empowers creators to create photorealistic scenes that are indistinguishable from reality, and to do so with a very high degree of productivity, right? I mean, there are two problems in game development, right? One is the features needed to achieve complete realism, but the other big problem is just the cost and time it takes for an artist to create a major new piece of content for a next generation game. And so Unreal Engine 5 attacks both of those problems. We have the nanite system for virtual geometry, enabling sub-pixel geometry, which is imperceptibly different from the full high quality assets, so the movie quality assets that were originally scanned. Also the Lumen, the real-time global illumination system, not only to bring unprecedented quality and lighting to the environments, but also to free artists from having to worry about the details of lighting their levels, and make all these trade-offs in static lighting versus dynamic lighting. And so
دي العروض اللي الواحد بيستنى
trying to
يشوفها.
empower developers here, and to enable developers to create a new generation of experiences that are both unbelievably realistic, but also economical and practical for them to create without having to have a 1,000-person team.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at that footage, in 4K, I mean, just the level of detail is absolutely stunning. Kim, maybe you could break down a little bit of this, sort of visually what's happening that makes it look so incredible, because I know you've got a couple of new systems that you're really proud of, and maybe talk about nanite and what that is and how it works and how it's going to kind of shape games moving forward.
Okay, so Nanite is a new geometry system for Unreal Engine that lets us get down to almost sub-pixel levels of detail on the screen. You know, it's possible because we have a new generation of hardware that really allows us to put loads and loads of triangles at the screen. And we thought that we'd come up with a new technique that allowed us to be able to create content in a similar way to the way that they do on movies today. So in fact, when you look at that demo, all them assets, Nana is basically ingesting all the movie quality assets from Quixel to make that scene. And the artist doesn't even have to think about it. They can move rocks and mountains and statues wherever they want in the scene and not have to worry about triangle costs anymore. Lumen, the global illumination system that Tim mentioned, that just produces incredibly realistic and accurate bounce lighting. So wherever you place a light in the scene, its effect on the whole world is seen instantly by just moving things around. It's amazing.
Yeah, when I saw that demo, I was just so blown away by the visual fidelity, and also I think how much felt, at least to me as an end user, how much felt that so much of the environment was streaming in real time in so much detail, especially that sequence where she's flying through the environment. Mark Cerny has talked a lot about PlayStation 5 and the incredible bandwidth it's going to have to move data from the SSD right onto screen. Nick, can you maybe talk a bit about how that's sort of manifesting itself in this demo? I assume some of those improvements in PS5 are enabling types of things that just weren't possible in previous generations.
Yeah, so Nanite enabled the artist to build a scene with geometric complexity that would have been impossible before. There are tens of billions of triangles in that scene, and we simply couldn't have them all in memory at once. And so what we end up needing to do is streaming in triangles as the camera is moving throughout the environment. And the I/O capabilities of PlayStation 5 are one of the key hardware features that enable us to achieve that level of realism.
Yeah, no, it's stunning to see that, and I think also the global illumination. I think people have heard that concept before, but now really manifesting sort of in real time in that environment with the flashlight or some of the other lighting scenes. Can you guys maybe break down sort of from the gamer perspective, like how games are going to change because of the full global illumination?
Well, first of all, this enables a much wider variety of games to have very realistic responses to light. Everything from large-scale open-world types of games, with day-night cycles, being seamless transitions from indoor to outdoor. It's it makes lighting one of the things that the developers don't have to worry about, and it's a freeing technology. Not only does it mean more real-time lighting in games, but it also means there's a large set of problems that were very tricky in the previous generation that developers just don't need to worry about. And so I think you're going to see a much wider variety of types of games, taking advantage of Lumen and taking advantage of Nanite. And one of the core elements of every new generation transition is new hardware capabilities with an order of magnitude improvement over previous generations enable entirely new types of games to develop. The Battle Royale genre didn't even take off until the current generation, where you finally had enough computing and graphics power to enable a 100-player game with very, very high fidelity encounters. This new generation of technology that we're building with Unreal Engine 5 and that Sony's empowering with PlayStation 5 will enable entirely new types of game experiences that we can't even anticipate yet.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk over the past couple of weeks about the next generation and kind of will the leap be as great as previous generations? What are the types of things we're going to see? I think this demo, at least to me, is the first kind of real-time example of something that really grabs me. And I just wanted to confirm, like, what we're seeing there, that's all, like, you can actually play that with a controller? Like, that's not kind of frame dumped or anything? That's actually playable?
It's a fully playable demo, and we plugged in a recorder into the back of a PlayStation 5 dev kit and recorded the signal that came out over HDMI. So it's a totally live demo, and it's replayable, and it's a little bit different every time you play it.
Wow. No, because I mean, that flight sequence, everything, that's what's so exciting to me is like, this is, real-time footage. So what do you guys think? I mean, when people say like, what is the leap of this generation going to be to sort of, previous generations from like PlayStation 3 to 4 or whatnot? Is it any different this time? Is it going to be greater, less, or we don't know yet?
I think the sense of immersion, one of the great things about playing games is you can transport into places that you could never go in the normal world. This level of lighting and detail really gets you to a point where you're feeling like you're inside a movie set. Things are so realistic, and it's gonna aid the storytelling. I think that the sense of immersion, the feeling a player gets from actually visiting a space will be much deeper than you've ever seen before.
And the ability of the hardware and the engine to stream in massive amounts of content as you're going through a huge environment, I think that's going to have a much bigger impact on gaming than people are expecting right now. Until this next generation of hardware, previous generation console games had to be built to load data off of a spinning mechanical device, right? That has its roots in the 1950s, and now. Sony's storage system is absolutely world class. Not only the best in class in console, but also the best on any platform, better than high-end PC. I think this is going to enable the types of immersion that we only could have dreamed of in the past. The world of loading screens is over, and the days of pop-in and geometry popping up as you're going through these game environments are ended, and the resulting effect is the ability to build games that are fully immersive from start to finish over hundreds of hours of gameplay, if that's your game.
Yeah, no, incredible what I think this is going to enable. We've talked a lot about PS5. We know obviously Unreal Engine runs kind of across all platforms, including mobile and PC and Xbox, of course. What's your take on what you're showing here? How is that going to scale to to other systems? Like this demo we're seeing, is that will that run on the Xbox Series X? Will it run on PC? How will it be different? Can you guys give us some context on that?
Well, I mean, Unreal Engine 5 is going to run across all of our supported platforms, next generation console, current generation consoles, as well as mobile devices. One of the key features that we've been working on is being able to build content once and deploy it across devices. So on higher end hardware where we can support Nanite directly, we'll be able to render scenes at the fidelity that you just saw, like on PlayStation 5. For, say, an Android or iOS mobile device, what we will be able to do is have tools that help to scale that content down so that you'll be able to take the game that you built at the highest fidelity level for console and bring it to all other devices.
Tim, do you have a sense between sort of all the Xbox, PlayStation, all these other systems, they've made somewhat different choices, also some similar ones, obviously with SSDs in both. Do you have a sense of how they're going to sort of compare in terms of power, or how you look at sort of the overall landscape?
Well, we love all of our babies, and we can't make comparisons or pick favorites. But the nanite technology we showed here is going to run across all next generation consoles and high-end PC. And most importantly, this is what's possible in the absolute best hardware that's going to exist, at the end of the year. But these experiences you build, we will help developers scale down to every device that exists in the world. And we really hope to empower all developers to do what we've done with Fortnite in this generation, which is build an absolutely
Fortnite.
no sacrifices, high-end console game, and then bring it to every device, including scaling it down to iOS and Android devices from years ago, so that we can reach a much, much, much larger audience of gamers than just the hardcore, some 200 million console players in the world.
So Kim, I know a lot of gamers around the world watched that footage and said, wow, I want to play that, but I'm sure they're also trying to kind of extrapolate out of that, since it's, this is not a game, it's a demo, how their games are going to feel different in the next generation. And one of the things that I really took away from it was that flight sequence at the end, which was just incredible, and with the sort of the rubble coming down and things moving. Could you maybe talk about sort of how the game experience might change with UE5? Sure, it's going to look visually more beautiful, but how is it going to play different?
So traditionally on this current generation, if you wanted to make a photorealistic environment, the way that people do that is they bake lighting into the environment. The problem with that means the environment is not dynamic. You can't move things around. You can't incorporate user-generated content because you don't know what it is prior to shipping your game. But with this technology, with the Lumen technology and Nanite, it means that worlds can be super rich and super dynamic. So not just destructible components, but mutating components and things that change beyond the release of the game. Every day, an environment could have grown and changed, and that can all be calculated live.
And does that extend to like, you know, I assume like destructible environments and whatnot, and allowing people to sort of, you know, really like just, I mean, that sequence in the flight where you sort of, you know, saw the sort of tower crash down or whatever, I mean, that felt to me, I mean, I just hadn't seen that level of detail in a game like that. And some games like Uncharted or whatever sometimes have big destruction moments, but it felt like that was so detailed and so realistic. Is that partially because you can now move the environment more in real time?
Yes, and even effects like when we open that big dome where all the statues are, the light just floods in and bounces all over the place. You know, you really, the way you would have had to do that in the past is you would have to cheat. And now it can be fully dynamic. You can blow a hole in the sky and the light will come through, and, you know, even choose randomly colored lights. If you put them into the scene as a player, then they're going to have an effect on the whole world and it'll still look realistic.
So in the past, you could get that effect, but it would have to be sort of pre-calculated, I guess? Is that how it worked?
Yeah, exactly. And even if you want to, like if you're saying you're in a dungeon and you place a light, you know, you see you've got a candle that you happen to have in the game and you place it, that will bounce around corners. So you can explore with limited light sources, and the old-fashioned gag of having a flashlight beam isn't what you need anymore. You can actually use light in really interesting ways.
Yeah, and you know, even beyond games, Unreal Engine has been, you know, applied to so many amazing, you know, aspects of entertainment. Of course, you know, I think everyone knows The Mandalorian, how that used Unreal Engine, and you know, there's the Weather Channel. I mean, there's so many other uses of UE. Can you guys talk about how sort of UE5 is going to, you know, kind of tie into those experiences? And I think, you know, I assume you see this convergence of kind of everything coming together through an engine like Unreal in terms of just realizing entertainment. How will UE5 sort of, you know, be used in those fields, or how will that change the pipeline for non-game experiences too?
So one of the great things about Nanite is that it finally allows content creators of all kinds to be able to use movie quality assets. So there really won't be a difference. If you're building an environment for a film versus a video game, or you're making an IP that's transmedia, you can build things the same way now. And that was honestly, you know, we had so much exposure to film customers over the last few years using our engine that we really wanted to remove the barrier for them and for all game makers. Right now, you pick a high resolution asset you want, you load it in, you don't have to think about making levels of detail or normal maps or any of the usual stuff that goes with making game content. It's a pretty freeing experience for anybody trying to tell a story or to make an experience.
That's amazing. So, you know, in the eyes of a consumer, like you'll see an asset that's in, you know, a movie, and that they literally can drag that over to the game now. Whereas I guess in the past they would have to sort of, you know, reduce down the polygons and kind of scale it down for a game engine.
Yeah, and in fact, actually, Quixel, that's also part of Epic. Their assets, they come when you take an asset from the Quixel store. There is a movie quality version that would be used in movies. You know, I guess they were involved a lot in the Jungle Book movie a few years ago, and many movies today use Quixel assets. And they also have versions of them assets that are suitable for games. Now, you don't have to have that distinction. Nanite will just take the movie asset and do the right things with it.
One of the things I know when you guys moved to UE4, a lot of people, you know, were worried about, oh, it's, you know, it's breaking some of the pipeline of things that people had done previously. And it sounds like with this engine, you're saying it's going to be kind of a pretty seamless transition to UE5, right? That's important for you, sort of have the forwards compatibility?
Yeah, absolutely. We want to support developers bringing their games from UE4 to UE5, and in fact, we will be doing that ourselves with Fortnite. So we will be shipping Fortnite on next generation console on UE4, and then next year we will be bringing Fortnite to UE5 as well. So we'll be testing out that experience of bringing a game along from UE4 to UE5 and making sure the transition is manageable.
Wow.
طبعا
yeah,
لازم
you know, Fortnite obviously is such a phenomenon, as you mentioned earlier, Tim, with, you know, battle royales, but also I feel like, you know, Fortnite has turned into, you know, really kind of this metaverse-like platform where we're seeing kind of different experiences powered by Unreal. And I was wondering if you guys could talk a bit about that, because I look at, the Travis Scott concert and I see that as an amazing experience, but it sort of was an interactive music video in a way. And then, you watch the YouTube video for his new song, it's actually, just what was in Unreal. How do you see all those sort of worlds of entertainment combining, Tim, longer term? And obviously, based on what Kim was saying, it's now going to be even easier, I guess, for the assets to move. But from an experience standpoint, do you see kind of a blending of games with more traditional entertainment powered by Unreal?
Yeah, absolutely. All of these worlds are colliding right now in real time. We're seeing the sort of film production that's being done on The Mandalorian and other projects all around Hollywood, film and television. Being able to move directly to games in the future. Right now we've brought Marvel content into Fortnite and Star Wars content into Fortnite, and each of those processes started with rebuilding their movie quality assets for real time, using our tools. But in the future, this is going to be an exercise to build every asset exactly once and then deploy it everywhere. And the future isn't just going to be about Unreal Engine serving a bunch of separate markets. We're helping architects visualize their creations now, and that's awesome. We're helping film and television makers, virtually produce their work in real time, with actors in front of and actresses in front of cameras and big LED screens instead of green screens, and it's making the production process much more efficient, real time, and higher quality. But in the future, all of these assets are going to come together, and Epic's not going to just play a role in supplying creation software to all of these different industries. We're going to help everybody reach consumers with real-time 3D content. When General Motors released their Corvette car configurator for the 2020 Corvette, it was powered by Unreal. It was running in the cloud, and you could go there and you could configure your car right then. But that was disconnected from the rest of the gaming world. The next step with all of those types of experiences is to enable them to author that content for all their internal work, whether you're designing a home for a customer as an architect, or you're designing a car, or you're building a television series. We want the next generation of these experiences to be bringing all of those assets directly to gamers in a fun way, deploying them into Fortnite and every other Unreal Engine licensee's games, being able to reach a vast consumer audience that way, right? It's like it's like the transition that the world went through in the early days of the internet, and then social media. For a while it was just companies talking to customers one-on-one, and now you have the ability to reach customers directly through your Facebook page or your Twitter page, your Twitter account, anything like that. But the next generation of these experiences is not just text and video. It's real-time 3D. It's a social experience where players are together with all of their friends and experiencing all of these companies' content together in real time. And it's a world that's not going to be powered by advertisements that pop up and annoy you. It's a world that's going to be powered by awesome content that these companies make available to power your entertainment experiences. And we're blazing this path to some extent with Fortnite, but there will be a lot of other games heading in this direction, a lot of them powered by Unreal Engine. And I think this is the next step in the entire digital content industry, not just gaming, but the whole thing.
I couldn't agree more. It's so exciting to feel that games are going to be at the center of this. But as you said, I think, this, like those shared experiences that you're having in Fortnite, even, a concert experience, there's no gunplay or combat involved. It's just a shared kind of experience, which is so compelling. And as you said, powered by Unreal. And then when you think of, as you said, those movie assets and all the other assets coming together in a world, it's really exciting. One thing I wanted to ask you about was the content creation path, because we've seen a lot, especially in Fortnite, with creative mode and a lot of fans of Fortnite starting to build levels, and obviously UE, you guys I think have really focused on kind of making it accessible, lowering the royalty rates for kind of upstart developers. Can you maybe talk a bit about sort of the your vision of kind of how easy it is to build something in Unreal? I mean, are we going to get to a level where it is sort of like a Photoshop where you can kind of just jump in and build a game, or what is that barrier to entry going to go down in the next generation?
Epic is working to address the whole range of content development scenarios, all the way from your AAA game developer or your feature film in Hollywood being produced using world-class photoreal assets all the way down to indie game experiences and content creation for the 100 million people who want to build stuff but aren't professional modelers and haven't had training in that. And the continuum of experiences spans Fortnite Creative, which has been used by over 100 million people, all the way up to Unreal Engine 4 and the Unreal Editor, which is an insanely powerful piece of software that's actually pretty complicated to learn. But over time, these tools and technologies will be coming together in some exciting ways, and we're not ready to talk about all of it yet. But Epic is really thinking about and putting a lot of effort into addressing the entire continuum of content development and content deployment scenarios. We feel that the state of the world is a little bit broken right now. If you look at the app stores on smartphones, you have 250,000 games, each competing for the top 10 charts, where virtually all of the sales occur. And you have a small number of winners and a whole lot of losers in that way, and it's not a fair situation for game developers. And you have a lot of amazing games that just get lost because they haven't been discovered. More and more we want to enable content creators to reach the audiences within existing games. And this has been part of the industry since the days of Quake and Unreal Tournament, when user mods became possible, and we and id Software released our first tools so the community could start building their own stuff. And now it's reached a scale of hundreds of millions of users. If you look at what Fortnite is doing, and Minecraft and Roblox enabling user content creation, but
Minecraft, Roblox.
I think right now you have two separate worlds, right? You have the professional tools of Unreal Engine and Unity, and then you have the tools for the masses in Fortnite, Minecraft, Roblox, and they're really not connected anymore. They're not connected at all. And the next step is to cross over and to enable all of the content tools to reach all of the customers and all of the ways that they play games. And this is something that we're thinking a lot about, and we'll be doing a lot of work on in the coming years.
It's awesome to hear. We've talked a lot, obviously, about like graphics and lighting and things that are very powerful and visual that grab you. But I want to talk about the underlying architecture a little bit, and things especially like online services. And I know that's something that Epic has focused on, about kind of connecting people, even crossplay, but also finding ways to kind of bring communities together. And I guess some of that's tied to UE5, but also it's just a general platform approach. But can you maybe share a bit on kind of your vision on the other aspects of Unreal and Epic, and how that's going to sort of evolve over the next few years too?
Oh, sure. Today we're showing Unreal Engine 5 for the first time, but we're launching the Epic Online services to all developers in the world across 5 platforms right now, and you can download the Epic Online Services SDK and use it right away. What this is the set of all of the online features that we built for Fortnite, including cross-platform friends that span 7 platforms, enable players to connect together with all of their friends everywhere. Despite the different account systems and friend systems that exist on each platform, on the console platforms and on Steam. And we're opening it up to all developers for free. And the goal here is to help all developers work together to accomplish what we accomplished with Fortnite, and to build a cross-platform social ecosystem together with all of the other developers in the industry, right? Instead of players being siloed into the one platform they're playing on, we want them to be able to reach all of their friends everywhere, but also build up friends across multiple games. And that's the really interesting thing about the Epic account services that we're launching. If you choose to use Epic accounts in your game, then you can reach the entire Fortnite player base, which is over 350 million accounts worldwide. And more importantly, it's 2.2 billion social connections between players. When 2 players become online friends and start playing together, those friend connections now persist across games, from all of the different publishers who choose to use these services. And so, it's the most open set of services that have been launched to date, and it really helps to bridge the gap, that's existed on all of the other platforms. And until recently, it was really only Epic, EA, Activision, the really big companies with huge development resources that had the capability of building that sort of thing. But now this is open. And it's approved by all three of the console makers for use on their platforms, and it's ready for all game developers to adopt. And so we're really trying to help the industry get to a better place. And we think, the core of the game industry are these, 300 million hardcore gamers across high-end PC and console. But there are billions of gamers worldwide, and I think the next stage of the industry's growth is going to come from connecting these audiences, not with low-end casual games on one set of platforms and high-end games on another set of platforms, but getting all the players to play together and enabling all developers to release their games on all platforms, as we did with Fortnite.
Yeah, I think that's such an interesting idea that, these gaming platforms almost become, just another social network now, right? And I know you guys have House Party that's been very successful over the past few months especially, but it feels like now, you talk those numbers of online services, it starts to feel like this is, a Twitter or a Snapchat or an Instagram and sort of this way to kind of connect people. Is that part of your longer term vision, is that people will use sort of these game services as kind of a gateway to connect with people? And games are a part of it, but also just the larger sort of social graph will be kind of the gateway to it will be through a game engine?
Well, what we're building here is the opposite of a walled garden, right? We're enabling all publishers to use all of their different account systems and connect using these services. And we're working with all of the different console makers to
لا ولا شوفوا الصدف أنا اسمي مينا مساعد وهو اسمه هاني مساعد.
The most interesting thing about this, and if you start playing Fortnite on PlayStation and then you want to play the game on the iOS device, on iOS you can log in with your PlayStation account, and then you get all of your PlayStation progress transferred over. If you start playing on PC, then you create an Epic account. Then if you go to Xbox, then you can log in with your Epic account on your Xbox. And so this isn't a walled garden. Rather, it's an attempt to connect all of the different services, so which have different degrees of openness. And I think that's really going to be freeing for the industry. It's going to mean that everybody can talk to everybody else, and there's no one company controlling the whole thing. Rather, it arises as a result of the cooperation between all of the different companies in the ecosystem who finally realized that they can grow better and build better businesses if instead of trying to lock players into their platforms, they enable their players to connect with all of their friends across all platforms. Because we have a lot of devices in our lives, and everybody who has an Xbox or a PlayStation also has an iPhone or an Android device. And to really enable the next generation of industry growth, we've got to be able to connect all of these users with all of these friends and set aside kind of the old feuds that defined previous generations of the console business.
So, with everything you're describing, I think of a show like Maldonado, we all watched and loved, but all those assets are there. I mean, there's nothing prevents them now from building kind of an interactive experience, I guess, around that they could power with something like Unreal. And maybe it's a game, but maybe it's just sort of this shared experience. And it feels like the visual fidelity now that these next gen consoles will bring.
So based
on what you were saying, Kim and Nick, it's like, are things going to look just like movie visual effects? Like, what are the things that I guess real-time games can't do still that we get to see in some of these other shows?
I think we're getting much closer on this generation to get to the point where you're not going to be able to tell the difference. There's still, physical phenomenon, big, massive explosions, and waves crashing on a beach. I think they're still probably one generation off before they're perfect, but we're getting closer and closer. And one of the coolest things that we've seen with the advent of shows like The Mandalorian starting to use the engine is they're beginning to understand that a game engine isn't just about rendering pretty real-time pixels. They're understanding that game engines, especially Unreal, is built for building very immersive simulated worlds. So we're seeing people say they've got a car chase in their TV show that they're trying to make. Then they'll actually drive cars with steering wheels and joypads to race against each other and then film that after the fact. So it's starting to become very, very Matrix work in the way that they're using simulation for cinematic content creation. And I think that's just going to get more and more common. And as they start to rock the potential of what real-time interactive entertainment is
ناسي.
about, I think you're going to see traditional storytellers making the move into video games and backwards and forwards. I think you're going to see this very, very fuzzy world where it's just entertainment. You're building an IP. It can be a game. It can be a TV show. It can be all of these things. And it's going to be a pretty exciting decade.
And I'm sure some people saw that, the showcase that you guys just showed, the demo, and everyone's like, I want to play that game. But we should clarify that's not a game, I don't think, right? It's just a tech demo?
It's a tech demo. Yes, yes. No, we feel it's the best
سيبك من
way to
القديم،
present,
انا افتكرتك اديتني على الجديد.
for the game developer conference is to show something within the context of gameplay. So, and it also means we wanted to improve some animation systems in the engine. So it was much better to actually have a world that you can walk through, play, jump, whatever. Keeps it real or unreal in this case.
I was gonna say. It's real gameplay. That's what we like to see, is that people can actually play through that. And again, it just blows me away when you see that final sequence at the flight, and that's the kind of thing that I think we've all been waiting for, is to see that glimpse of where games are going next. So it's really exciting to see how you guys keep pushing the technology to the next level with UE5. And I know it's going to be next year, you say. So we'll see some next gen games this holiday shipping on brand UE 4.25, I think, right? And then next year is when we'll see UE5. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. We're planning on having a preview of UE5 available early next year, and then shipping the full 5.0 later in the year.
Yeah, and I imagine characters will also improve. I know you guys have done a lot of work there with sort of character technology. We already talked about with Nick, the idea of streaming more into the environment. No load times, as Tim mentioned. I mean, these are other things that I guess are going to sort of impact the game experience. But are there other dimensions that you think the next generation will sort of evolve to with UE5? I mean, I think the character stuff feels like, to me, another area where we're not quite the same as movies yet in terms of character technology. But I'm sure you guys are pushing on that too.
لسانك يا محمود، عيب يا حبيبي طلع لسانك يا بابا، احنا بني ادمين مش ما تطلعش لسانك.
This is just the tip of the iceberg here. We've shown digital humans technology in the past, but
هنفرق ايه انت كده عن عيب ما تطلعش لسانك.
Entirely new levels, not just in graphic fidelity, but also in productivity for content creators, so that a developer without a huge budget can build digital humans that are world class. We have a lot of investments going on that you'll hear about over the coming months and over the next year. Also, at the core of this, this isn't a big open world demo, but open world technology and enabling worlds without bounds is the key initiative that's uniting all of this. Virtualized geometry is one part of it. Global illumination with Lumen is another part of it. But ultimately, this comes together to empower huge streaming seamless environments, and that creates an entirely new direction for games to go. And remember, this is not just a graphics engine, right? It's a full simulation engine. It aims to power every aspect of simulating a realistic environment, including very detailed physics, and vehicles, and collision and destruction, and everything else. I think you'll see a qualitatively different new generation than what we have here. And it's going to be very exciting, because we don't yet know exactly what they're going to be.
And how does you guys mentioned Fortnite moving to UE5 next year? Like, I mean, how is this going to impact Fortnite, do you think, in terms of like the game with UE5? Sure, you don't want to spoil much, but it's like, just technically, sort of like, is that going to enable the game to evolve too?
Well, it puts a vast amount of additional new power in the hands of all of the creators who build Fortnite, both within Epic and the 100 million or so outside of Epic. It's going to be very interesting to see where this enables the game to go in the future. I think what we have now is a very, very small fraction of what the game will be in the future, and
it's going to
be very exciting to see the Fortnite team evolve it and have all of this new power in their hands.
When I see it as, it's a game, but it also feels like a platform in a way that it's enabling these other, there's Battle Royale game, but there's creative, and obviously we've started to see, other experiences with music artists and whatnot. around it. So it feels like it is this, this beachhead to sort of a bunch of other content. Is that how you view it, as sort of this, sort of this,
صح
people use the term,
ولا هو ديسلايك وخلاص
sort of
يعني قول لي
metaverse,
ليه
but is that sort of the longer term vision, is that Fortnite can sort of grow to wherever creators want to take it?
هو شخصية عموما.
Yeah, they define a platform as an ecosystem in which the most of the content is not created by the company that operates it.
انت اللي اديتني الاثنين ديسلايك.
I think if you look at Fortnite today, it's not that, but anything's possible in the future. I think that's a very interesting direction for the whole game business. Every game developer is thinking about this problem of how to not limit their experience by the 10 or 100 or 1,000 people on their development team, but how to uncap the entire world's creativity to enable an entirely new generation of game experiences to be developed in an entirely new way.
Yeah, well, I think UE5 obviously shows the high end of the aspiration for everyone to, what they'll eventually be able to maybe make. And yeah, that demo is absolutely stunning. Before we go, I wanted to ask you, like, that demo, how long did it take you guys to build?
أنا عارف أنت أكيد هتكون اديتني لايك
يعني. Like, how that came to life?
لما اتكلم ان اكيد اديتني لايك
Well,
كل
we started
اثنين ما
thinking
فهمش.
about it straight after GDC was when we started thinking about it. We knew Brian's nanite technology was beginning to come online, and but the bulk of the work, I would say, the bulk of the work started from sort of September through to March. And I think the team, it probably peaked over this, but I think it was about 2,000 people that worked on the project overall.
هو انت بجد كنت حاططهم
صح؟ With a bit of help
صح؟
from our friends at Quixel. If it hadn't been for the Quixel Megascan library, we couldn't be able to populate that world.
Yeah, well, I'm sure everyone looks at that and says, I want to play that game, and I know we're not necessarily going to get it, but it hopefully will inspire a lot of creators around the world about what will be possible with UE5 and also the next generation systems. So, I feel real excited now about what we're going to get to see the rest of the year for all these next-gen games.
أنا جالي الإيميل دلوقتي بتاع
Thanks as always for joining me, guys. It's great to see the first look at UE5 and hear about where Epic's going.
Epic Games, Xbox One, PS4, Steam. نازلة على الجيل ده. يا الثلاثية نازلة على الجيل ده بتاعت مافيا. Epic Games Store, Xbox One, PS4, Steam. مش كاتبين المنصات الجديدة. بس كويس إن هي نازلة على الجيل ده. يبقى احتمال يكونوا هينزلوا الجديدة مافيا 4 مثلا، ممكن يكونوا هينزلوها على الجيل الجديد. بعيدا بقى عن الصورة القذرة اللي هنا، تمام، الصورة هنا كانت قذرة يعني 1080 وقذرة ما شاء الله. نشوف بقى العرض عدل الأول بس. ستيت اوف بلاي ستيشن عاملة له حاجة، ده سيبك منه. تمام، ستيت اوف بلاي انا عايز اعرف بلاي ستيشن عامله له بتاع زي كده. بلاي لا مش عامله الستيت اوف بلاي حاجه. ماشي، نشوف بقى العرض. اعتقد الصورة هنا تبقى احلى ممكن.
Brian project where firstly not truly virtual to graphics just real and
لا الصورة هي برضه فيها نغمشة كده.
Much you see was built
R1 L1
built with Quixel Megascan, typically only be used during they all use very quickly. Crunches. What does that mean? Different color, which requires shadows to be pixel accurate as well, and Nanite can do that too.
حلو الظلال بتاعت الحاجة برضه.
With We've made some great additions to our audio system as well. Convolution Reverb. We've made some great additions to our
الاكس ازرق. بما ان PS5 والحاجات دي منوره، يبقى احتمال الزراير تكون فيها LED.
audio system spaces. Sound field. All of this adds up to a more immersive experience.
والله هو يعني انا ما عنديش معلومات اكيده يا محمد، بس هو اللي قالوه ان دلوقتي بقى بيضم ان العاب الجيل القديم بي اس 4 هتشتغل على البي اس 5 بس. مش متذكر قوي، بس تقريبا المفروض ان الاثنين فيزيكا اللي هي الاسطوانات والديجيتال. اعتقد الاثنين اصلا مش هينفع يخلوها ديجيتال، مش كل الناس عندها ديجيتال، يعني في ناس عندهم كوليكشن العاب، انا عندي كوليكشن العاب اسطوانات مش ديجيتال بس. فاعتقد الاثنين، اعتقد الاسطوانات والديجيتال الاثنين هيشتغلوا على البي اس 5 الجيل الجديد. بس هم قالوا الجيل القديم ما حددوش اذا كان ديجيتال ولا اسطوانات. تسلم يا محمد، شكرا جدا ليك. بس هي ليه الصورة وحشة؟ يعني الصورة منعمشة، يعني اشغلها ايه اعلى من كده يعني.
We've added predictive foot placement and motion warping, which dynamically modifies IK and body position to look more natural.
الحتة دي اللي عجبتني أوي الصراحة.
Don't fail me now.
حتة جامدة أوي، حتة جامدة أوي فعلا. مشكلة ان تقريبا دي مش لعبة، تقريبا ده عملوها بس عشان انريل انجن، يعني مش كاتبين ان دي لعبة. هو ده ديمو، اتعمل ديمو تقريبا بس عملوه على الانجن الجديد، المحرك الجديد. ما اعتقدش ان دي لعبة. بس اكتر حاجة فرحتني بجد، بعيدا بقى عن عرض اكس بوكس اللي مش يعني ما كانش كويس، ولا عرض امبارح بتاع سمر جيم فيست، ان دي بلاي ستيشن 5 ريل تايم جيم بلاي. يعني احنا شفنا كده جيم بلاي على البلاي ستيشن 5 بديمو من لعبة على بلاي ستيشن 5، فاحنا يعني شايفين اللي جاي. فدي يمكن دي اكتر حاجة فرحتني النهاردة، بعيدا بقى عن برضه العرض مش زي ما كنت متوقعه، بس دي حاجة جامدة جدا بصراحة. كده بكرة في ستيت اوف بلاي. هاخد رأي الموجودين، عشان انا ما بقتش عجباني فكرة ان انا ده اشوف العرض وسط اللعبة. يعني انا كده هكمل الايه نوير دلوقتي، بس انا ما بقتش يعني النهارده وامبارح مش عاجبني فكرة ان انا اشوف العرض وسط اللعبة. تمام، يعني عايز اعمل بس لكل حاجة لوحدها. بس لو عملت بس الحاجة يبقى اليوم ده خلاص، يبقى بس الحاجة دي بس، مش هعمل حاجة تانية. فبكرة في ستيت اوف بلاي. ستيت اوف بلاي هيبقى نص ساعة. اعمل بس بكرة الستيت اوف بلاي لوحده ولا لا، ولا لعبة؟ عشان لو عملت لعبة بصراحة مش عجباني الفكرة ان انا اخلط ما بين الاتنين. فهو ان انا اعمل بس الستيت اوف بلاي لوحده، وانا شايف ان دي هتبقى افضل. البث بتاع ستيت اوف بلاي ستيشن هقول ازاي بس كده. ستيت اوف بلاي بكرة يبقى واحدة Pacific تايم اللي هو بي تي. لو عملنا واحدة بي تي تايم، اوه ايه نعم، ايه ده ازاي؟ لا هو بصراحة برضه النهارده سمر كان يستحق، عشان ما اكدبش. النهارده عرض حاجة تستحق. Tune in Thursday at 1 p.m. Pacific time. لحظة واحدة، هو مش النهارده الأربعاء ولا أنا اللي متهيألي؟ النهارده الأربعاء تمام. بيقول لك 10 AM تمام. Wednesday. لحظة واحدة عشان كده هتجنن. Summer جيم فيست. هعمل حاجة، لحظة. فين تويتر؟ دلوقتي سما جيم فيست كان امتى؟ كان النهاردة الساعة 8 AM BT. تمام. 1 PM. أنا كتبت 1، ما كتبتش 1 PM BT. هيبقى الساعة 10 مساء وينزداي. حلو قوي. 10 يا نهار اسود، هيبقى 10 مساء. يبقى 10 مساء. حلو. يعني بكرة 10 بالليل، يعني 1 PM هيبقى بكرة الساعة 10 بالليل. 1 PM هيبقى بكرة الساعة 10 بالليل. ده كان النهاردة الساعة 8 الصبح. الساعة 8 الصبح ده اللي هي كانت الساعة 5 ولا كانت 4؟ 5. كانت 5. ف5 زود عليها 5 ساعات. يعني بكرة الساعة 10 بالليل. يعني بكرة هعمل بثين، احتمال اعمل بثين. اعمل بث نوير في ميعادنا الساعة 4 يخلص الساعة 9. واعمل البث التاني من الساعة 9:30 لحد ما نشوف بقى. يعني اعتقد بكرة هينفع اعمل بثين. هي دي بقى الفكرة. دي حاجة حلوة بصراحة. بكرة انا هعرف اعمل كده بس للعبة وبس للستيت اوف بلاي. دي حاجة كويسة. يعني بكرة هعرف اعمل الاثنين، فمش محتاج ان انا الغي حاجة بكرة. ويوم الجمعة هيبقى برضو يوم الجمعة هيبقى بوهالة او لعبة اونلاين تانية لسه ما قررتش. هنشوف بكرة برضو. بكرة هيبقى ايه. عموما يعني بكرة هيبقى ستيت اوف بلاي. هيبقى الينوير وستيت اوف بلاي. تمام. first real time PS5 gameplay demo. يعني جملة من أجمل الجمل اللي شفتها النهاردة. تمام. نكمل اللعبة. لحظة واحدة. بس والله يعني حاجة تفرح بجد. أنا نفسي فرحان جدا بسبب العدد ده. ونرجع الاسم الأصلي للفيديو. رجعت لك لايك، كنت بهزر. لا يا ابني مش عليك انت. انا بجد افتكرت ان في 2 دخلوا عملوا ديسلايك. طب ليه؟ بجد لما تتكلم انا ما كنتش مصدقك عشان ما اكدبش. قلت الله في ايه يعني، في ايه عشان ديسلايك. فاهم قصدي؟ انما لا عادي. انا عارف يا اسطى. أنا يعني عارفك يا محمود. عارفك وعارف ان هزارك زي العسل. بس الشغل ما نقدرش فيه. مش هتفرج على اللعبة يا محمود؟ ماشي يا محمود. انت على فكرة رأيك مش هيتاخد بيه تاني اصلا يا محمود، بما انك كده ايه، كده ما بتتفرجش اصلا. طب كنت اخترت. لحظة، هو مش الفطار الساعة 7 يا محمود؟ مش الفطار الساعة 7 يا محمود؟ بقى بتخلص. ماشي يا محمود، اتفضل. كده فاضل لك حوالي 10 ايام والنت عندك يتجدد عادي. اتفضل. المهم طيب هتيجي بكره طبعا عشان نشوف هنلعب ايه اونلاين بعد بكره. ذا ديفيجن جي تي اي او هلا هنشوف بكره هنلعب ايه. تمام بكره في بس ستيت اوف بلاي او في الانوي، يعني هشوف ان احنا هنتجمع امتى عشان نشوف احنا هنلعب ايه. تمام واشوف برضه لو في مشاركين جداد عايزين يلعبوا معانا او حاجه زي كده. فبكره يعني الموضوع هيظبط، هظبط المواضيع. فشوف يعني شوف لو عرفت تيجي بكره في ستيت اوف بلاي. طب شو انت كده كده تقريبا ممكن هتشوف ستيت اوف بلاي بكره، فشوف. عموما روح انت عشان الباقه بتاعتك ما تخلصش. تمام.
It was Mrs. Maldonado, right? Cole, come on!
That's affirmative.
All right, so then there's a husband we should be looking for. Get him, we've closed the case.
Rusty's razor, of course. I don't want to question your tried and tested techniques, Detective Galloway. But doesn't the DA require sound casework before he'll close the book?
Not if he's got a confession. And, you know, there's ways of getting them.
I'm sure.
Get out of the way! There's a madman on the loose!
يا عم عايز ادخل بظهر يا عم. No bits allowed. rooms 35 باد 15. ده زي فندق تقريبا. لا مش فندق. زي كباريه او بيت يعني مش لطيف.
I'm sorry. Can I help you?
LAPD, ma'am. Detective Phelps and Galloway. Does Mrs. Maldonado live here?
Yes, she does. I'm Mrs. Barbara LaPente, the owner of this boarding house. Is there a problem?
I'm afraid so, ma'am. Do you mind if we come in? Is there somewhere we can discuss this?
Of course. Follow me through to the parlor. Wipe your feet as you come in, detectives. It's this way.
Mrs. Maldonado was found dead this morning.
Dead? Oh, no. She can't be.
I'm afraid she was murdered, ma'am. We need to take a look at her things.
I can't believe it. A person seems so alive, and then they're gone. Antonia's room is upstairs, last door on the left.
Thank you. We'll be back shortly.
Excuse us a moment, ma'am.
Upstairs, آخر دور.
What are we waiting for?
فين السلم؟ تعال معايا. ايه ده؟ انت قاعد عندك وتقول لي what we are waiting for اهو.
Will you look at that?
A smashed window explains why the place looks tossed.
You know how I feel about windows, Phelps.
Okay, we have an address.
مش كان لازم اقرا الادله دي بس انا اتخانق بسرعه.
charm bracelet wasn't among the crime scene evidence.
والدبلة يا عيني.
We have some questions, ma'am, if you're up to it.
Yes, Detective. I'll do my best.
Do you have any idea who might have wanted to hurt Mrs. Maldonado?
That rat of her husband, Angel. She was serving him divorce papers.
If I killed every wife to serve me papers, I'd be a mass murderer.
Are you being flippant, young man?
No, ma'am.
What can you tell us about Angel Maldonado?
She married him when she was 17. He was cruel to her, very cruel. She was a good girl, little on the religious side, but a good girl.
What time did Antonia go out yesterday?
She left around 9.
Do you know where she went?
No, I have no idea. She was a good girl, but she didn't confide in me.
A nosy old hag like you knows everything about the people who live under her roof. Where did she go?
I think she went to a bar. She's been drinking quite a lot lately.
This bar have a name?
El Dorado Bar. It's a Latino place on North Los Angeles Street.
That's only a couple of blocks from where we found the body.
You've had a break-in?
No! That can't be true.
You're being economical with the truth, Mrs. Lepenti. What do you have to hide?
I have no idea what you are talking about.
So Antonia lost her keys and used an iron bar to jimmy the back window?
I heard a noise in the early hours of the morning. I thought it might be a raccoon at the milk bottles. It'd be very bad for business if this news got out. I have a reputation to protect.
وهنا عندنا مقتولة عايزين نلاقي القاتل.
Antonia and her husband were estranged?
Yes. She moved here after she separated from her husband 2 months ago.
But Antonia still wore a wedding ring?
She wore the wedding ring and a necklace. She always wore a religious necklace. That's about all of her jewelry.
What about her bracelet?
I don't know anything about a bracelet.
متأكدة من الموضوع ده؟
In her wedding photo, she's displaying a charm bracelet.
That thing? She never wore it. He gave it to her. She always kept it in that wooden jewelry box.
Thanks, ma'am. You've been very helpful.
الموضوع كان
Stay
سهل
up
المرة
over
دي.
that husband of hers. Lock him up and throw away the key.
We can either front Angel, seeing as the finger's pointing right at him, or we can check out the El Dorado one.
أعتقد نروح على الدورادو بعد.
A nosy old hag?
لحظة واحدة. حوالي 10 دقايق واحتمالات. بعتذر جدا 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 لو تأخرت بجد. ولحظة واحدة. بعتذر جدا 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 لو تأخرت، متأسف بجد، بعتذر جدا. بس كان في حاجة بس كان لازم ضروري أعملها.
And I thought I was coming on strong with the ex-wives line.
Sometimes you have to be firm to get the information you need.
God damn it, ain't that the truth?
You don't think it's strange that all these murders are happening to girls who've been out drinking?
No. A broad drinks, she gets a bit tight, she starts mouthing off. This leads to that, and she ends up in an out.
ماشي، نشوف الجيم دي بالمرة. تمام.
It's a sad story, but this town's seen it pointed out 1,000 times.
Why don't you want to see a connection here?
Because there are perfectly good real-life suspects for every one of these murders. We don't need to go looking for the monster under the bed.
Think there's anything to the divorce angle?
I've been through 3. No big deal. After a while, you just numb yourself.
But Angel, he's a young Latino man. It would hurt his sense of who he is. He'd see himself as a failure, a woman taking control over his life.
Oh, wow.
Then she fronts him and he snaps. Works for me.
All units also needs help. 415 and shots fired. 313 Bunker Hill Avenue. 313 Bunker Hill Avenue. Unit to handle code 3 identified.
This is 11K. We'll handle the 415.
11K also needs help. 415 shots fired. 313 Bunker Hill Avenue. 313 Bunker Hill Avenue. 11K code 3.
Why don't you come on out, Jimmy? I won't let them hurt you. Not my honey boy.
I told you not to call me that, woman. Now shut the hell up.
Oh,
You shut the hell up.
Wow.
That the lady of the house?
It's a nice story. 2 old lovebirds just moved in together, but they had a falling out, and he chased her across the yard with a 12 gauge. Now it's him or us.
Hit the bastard!
Officer down!
Give yourself up! Now!
You're a cop killer!
Oh.
Going in! Hey you!
اوه، قلت مش هاخد باله والله، قلت هديله بدماغه بدل ما اقتله يعني. يلا مش مهم. اهي غلطة وعدت، تجربة وعدت عدت.
All units also needs help. 415 and shots fired. 313 Bunker Hill Avenue. 313 Bunker Hill Avenue. Unit to handle code 3 identified.
We can take it if you want, or not. We're not the only cops in this town.
Why don't you come on out, Jimmy? I won't let them hurt you. Not my honey boy.
I told you not to call me that, woman. Now shut the hell up!
You shut the hell up.
That the lady of the house?
It's a nice story. 2 old lovebirds just moved in together, but they had a falling out, and he chased her across the yard with a 12 gauge. Now it's him or us.
Get the bastard!
Officer down!
Give yourself up! Now!
You're a cop killer! Going in!
Hey, you!
Honey boy, what have they done to you?
هناه بس يا حبيبتي. هو مش المفروض لما اضرب في ايده يوقع السلاح، لما اضرب في رجله يقع على الارض؟
You to secure their future. I'm Leland Monroe.
ما اعتقدش انه هو يمشي من هنا، يبقى من هنا.
Los Angeles. These are modern, elegant houses, priced competitively.
قول لي بص بقى، هو اللي خبط فيا، قول لي بص.
Growing families like yours. So make the call on Bradshaw 2215. Ocean Fields, building the American dream.
بقلق قوي لما ما بشوفش الطريق قدامي كده.
What can I get you?
LAPD. Detectives Phelps and Galloway.
Diego Aguilar. How can I help?
You worked the bar last night?
Yeah. Me and a temp guy from the agency.
Did you have a woman in here last night? 21 years old, Hispanic, drinking heavily?
We have a lot of ladies like that in here. But yeah, I know who you mean. Antonia Maldonado. So what did she do?
She was murdered last night.
Oh, shit.
Do you know her well? Was she a regular?
Hell no. She was good and tight last night, complaining about her old man. It's a story you get used to working in a bar. She was so hammered last night, she left a letter on the bar. I'll show you.
My eggs were runny. Divorce papers? Did you open them?
No need to. She was shouting about it and waving the letter around. Said she was going to show him.
Can you remember what jewelry she was wearing?
She had a necklace. Some kind of religious thing, I think. The temp guy would have more of an idea. She took the beer he served her and cried into it all night.
What time did she leave?
Can't say for sure.
محتاج فلوس طيب؟
Where did she go? Give me something or the LAPD will start getting interested in this place.
Take it easy. She wanted a cab, okay? And my phone was out of order. The closest one I knew was at the fruit market across the street, so I suggested she try there. She seemed reluctant.
Did Antonia say where she was going when she left?
She said she was going to serve the papers on the husband. Said that would take the smile off his face. If you ask me, she was scared. And the drink was for Dutch courage.
مين Dutch courage?
She attract any interest?
An extremely drunk young woman? What do you think? She managed to scare them off, though.
Thanks. You've been a big help.
No
So
problem.
far, so good.
Hey, get the guy, will you?
We'll do our best. One last question. What size shoe do you take, Mr. Aguilar?
A broad 9. I have wide feet.
What do you think?
Search around. If Antonia was as messed up as we hear, maybe she left physical evidence as well as witnesses.
Say, honey, what time do you get off waiting tables?
I'm stumped. Ideas?
Search around.
لا لا انا مش كنتش بكلمك انت، ما كنتش بكلمك انت.
Maybe she left physical evidence as well as witnesses.
تبقى بحاول اسال الراجل اللي
Drove
قاعد.
me up to Mojave.
Out of order.
You want a tip? Refill my coffee next time, honey.
Where's that goddamn waitress?
My eggs were running.
Sir, do you work here?
Sorry, pal, just making deliveries.
From where?
Just Pig Fruit Market across the street.
A fruit market delivers here?
Yeah, sure does. The Mexes love a little slice with their tequila.
Fine, thanks.
Just picked fruit market. That's where Antonia went to call for a cab last night.
ماشي كده عرفنا هنروح نسأل في الفروت ماركت يعني.
Excuse me, would you detectives?
Hey.
I've said it right from the start. We should come down hard on the husband. Let's check his place out.
فين fruit market? Just picked.
Shut. Great. We'll need to come back later, Phelps. Maybe somebody here saw Antonia the night she died.
مش أي حد هنا. نسأل بتاع الجايد ده.
Extra, read all about it.
ماشي. نيجي هنا بالليل بقى.
How about we drop in on the husband instead? See if your gut is right.
I'll take a bar over a husband every day of the week.
شمال في ايه ده؟ dead body crime scene. اوه هنا جنب المكان، ماشي جنب المكان اللي اتقتلت فيه.
It's against the rules to drive like this without a siren.
اهو مش قلت وزارة السايرن اهو. فلنفرض بقى ان السرينة دي سمعت الراجل اللي انا رايح احقق معاه وهرب. فلنفرض يعني مالدونادو ريزيدنس. مالدونادو. فين طيب الأسماء طبعا عشان نعرف نجيب اسمه منين ده. لا ما أنا مش هدور على شقة شقة يعني. كده مكتوب في حتة يا جدعان في ايه. هنا. مش الناحية دي، الناحية التانية. اهو.
Maldonado is in apartment 304.
304 يلا بينا. سي او 4 دي مكتوب فين، فوق ولا تحت ولا ايه؟ 3 بقى في الدور التالت اعتقد. ده الاول، ده التاني. تعال نبص يا ابني على العربية كده من فوق لحد يسقها ولا حاجة. ماشي يلا نطلع التالت. انا فاتح باب، يعني لازم تفتح باب.
This could turn ugly. Forget about knocking. Let's take our boy by surprise.
Hey, what the fuck?
LAPD, motherfucker, you're under arrest.
يا كلاب.
I got 100 pounds.
Stay back, or I'll have to put you down.
وقعت الطريقة ينفع كده؟ اوه حلو قوي، خبط دماغه في الترابيزة على طول.
Damn. They got some decent shots in there.
اوه تستاهل تستاهل.
Cuff these sons of bitches, Phelps.
LAPD, you two are under arrest. Call for some backup, Finbar.
Galloway, badge number 564. I need a prowl car at the apartment building 330 North Hill Street. 2 suspects need transporting to Central.
Your wife has been murdered, Angel.
Antonia? Oh, God, no!
Where were you last night, Angel?
I was here with my brother the whole night, goddammit! You think I'd kill my own wife?
امال هي عايزة تطلع منك ليه يا انجل؟
We should get the whole place to going over, then talk to the neighbors.
وليه اعتدتوا علينا لا؟
You don't call me Finbar.
You don't call me Finbar.
Don't think this is anything.
مش فاهم معايا اي حاجة، بس اوعى تقول لي فينبار تاني. عدي لو سمحت. نبص في البلكونة، الفرندا بتاع الفرندا. طاقيتك قبعتك يا أخي. حلوة أرضية المطبخ، بس ليه الخضار ده؟
Just picked fruit market. Suppliers to the El Dorado.
I wonder if Angel gets all his groceries from this place.
ايه الصدف اللي تخلي الاتنين يروحوا نفس الماركت؟ الدورادو.
The El Dorado must be a family favorite.
Oh.
This will take some explaining.
This too. ما بيلفش ولا بيعمل اي حاجة يعني خلاص. وقعت يا حبيبي وقعت.
Maybe one of the neighbors took notice of Angel's movements. He's got no alibi. He's toast.
شفت لففتك ويايا. بس بقى احنا هنلعب.
What do you want?
LAPD. We're making some inquiries.
Make it quick. I work nights.
So you weren't home last night?
No, I was at work.
You know nothing about Mrs. Maldonado fighting with her husband?
Those two? They're always screaming the place down.
Thanks.
ناقصة كده.
I know nothing more about their business.
No good. There's nobody here.
لا في حد هنا، سمعت الصوت أنا.
Sorry about that. I'm playing with my kids. LAPD. Were you here last night?
Yeah. My wife and I are separated, and I had the kids last night. I put them to bed early and went to bed myself.
Thanks.
مش عارف ليه مش مصدقه يا جدع وقناع ده.
Hello.
LAPD, ma'am. Did you hear a disturbance last night?
Yes. Yes, I did. Mrs. Maldonado lit out of here, and her husband ran out after her.
You saw this, Miss?
Aranda. I had the door open a crack.
Did you see Mr. Maldonado come back inside after he ran out?
No. I didn't.
Thanks. We'll be in touch.
I kept thinking you were going to call that one a nosy old hag too, Phelps. Well-executed restraint.
I'm executing restraint right now.
فيها خامة لحظة كده. هو يا ابني كده أنا عايز
Haven't we talked enough already?
طيب ماشي.
Is that all you needed, Detective?
الشقة دي فيها حاجة.
Operator, give me R&I.
Putting you through now.
Cole Phelps, badge 1247.
How could I help, Detective?
Any messages?
Message from Captain Donnelly, Detective. Your presence is requested urgently at Central Station. A new letter from the Dahlia killer has been found.
Oh,
thanks, ma'am.
Wow.
Any ideas?
You heard the call. Put your foot down. Skipper doesn't like to be kept waiting.
والله جبت انتاج جديد يعني ما ده اللي انا هعمل. بسألك عشان تقول حاجة جديدة. سبحان الله.
From Washington.
السوبر ماركت دي بعدين. لا ما جاش. اسيبك والله اسيبك. ماشي.
Another letter? I thought the letter was from a nut.
These letters, Brown and Hanson believe they are genuine. From him.
Now we sent another.
I really hate this fucker. This Black Dahlia guy. Have you seen the body? Fucking cased his nozzle way to the guts. Hollywood. Every prom queen from every fucking hick town.
The captain is waiting for you downstairs with Pinker.
Downstairs. رايح له رايح. بينزل بالسلمتين ما شاء الله. بس برضه فيها واقعية يعني.
Boys, come on in. Phelps, have you met Finis Brown?
Pleased to meet you, sir.
This information is confidential and doesn't leave this room.
The new letter was left in the back seat of a cab. The driver thinks it was put through the window and not left by a customer.
We're checking all the fares back 24 hours regardless.
Good.
Like the previous letters, it's been assembled from headlines and typed from the Times and Examiner, then glued to an envelope.
What is the other note?
This one? That's also new. A poem, hand-typed.
Do you mind if I take a look?
Go ahead. We've been over both documents pretty carefully. They've been wiped with gasoline, so there's no chance of prints.
That's the
message from the Celine Henry case.
Have you changed my mind? You would not give a square deal. Fuck you, BD. X. Or DX. Have you changed my mind? You would not give a square deal. Go. Okay.
Heap upon thy soul by virtue of this curse.
Elder than beholding God, both infinite as the universe, and you,
That's why we called you in.
Do you think it's original?
Not unless he's a genius.
You like this nutjob's poem?
No, I like Shelley. It was written at least 100 years ago.
Shelley? Sure, I knew that.
You see, Finis? I told you this lad was a bright boy.
Sure, but what has it got to do with the case?
Prometheus Unbound. Prometheus was a titan, a superhuman character who defied the gods to bring fire to humanity.
The Dahlia guy believes he's Superman.
Your guess is as good as mine. One thing for sure is that he's educated. What about the link to the Henry case?
He could have got the wording from the papers. As you said, he is fiendishly clever and takes pleasure in taunting us. What's happening with the Maldonado case?
We have the husband in custody. We haven't interviewed him yet.
Well, upstairs then, lads, and see if we can break him.
Let's see if we can break him. فكرة فعلا بيمشي على خطوة خطوة لو خدتوا بالكم.
Improved your attitude, Angel?
What do you want me to say? I was with Antonia the night she died, but she left the apartment, and that was the last time I saw her.
So your wife paid you a visit last night. What time was that?
Late, around midnight, maybe? She didn't stay long.
نبعد عن الوقت.
You and your wife weren't getting along. She was divorcing you. Is that why you killed her?
We fought, yeah, but we weren't getting a divorce.
I don't believe you, Angel. She'd been granted a decree nisi. She pushed you too far and you lashed out.
I told you. I wouldn't accept a divorce.
Malday. عليكم السلام جيمر بوي. ايه ده؟ فين الدليل بتاع ان هو كان بتعمل اهو.
The judge had set a date. You were going to be paraded in front of the whole city for your cruelty to her, Angel.
Antonia. Oh, Jesus. She came in drunk, out of her mind. She doesn't normally drink. She was looking around in her bag. Said she wanted to serve me papers. Me, her own husband. So I slapped her down. She ran out. That's the truth.
What size shoe do you wear, Angel?
Size 8. What difference does that make?
When we found your wife, her jewelry had been removed. Was she wearing her religious medallion last night?
Sure. She always wore that.
تاني معلش.
When we found your wife, her jewelry had been removed. Was she wearing her religious medallion last night?
Sure. She always wore that.
مش فاكر التاني كان قال ايه.
Your wife has been brutally murdered. So how do you explain your shirt being covered in blood?
You found that? I cut myself shaving.
Shaving. Shaving لا والله. شفت العرض وعملته في نفس اللعبة دي للأسف. بعد كده بإذن الله هعمل العروض في بس لوحدها. شفت العرض النهارده وشفت إن هو كان الديمو ده كان بالبلاي ستيشن 5. Shaving. Danny?
Your wife has been brutally murdered. So how do you explain your shirt being covered in blood?
You found that? I cut myself shaving.
Angel, I'm not going to waste any more time on this. Give me something or I'm going to have you charged.
My brother, Ippolito.
Habalito.
He said some bad things about Antonio.
Habalilo.
So I had to sock him one. We got into it.
Keep talking.
She said she came from the El Dorado bar.
And?
It's not one of my places. We used to buy fruit at the market down the street. But the creep there was always running his eyes all over my wife.
What's the name of this fruit market?
Just picked fruit. Ord Street downtown.
Habalilo. نسمي أخوك Habalilo.
So your wife paid you a visit last night. What time was that?
Late, around midnight maybe. She didn't stay long.
You're lying, Angel. You went after her. I think you killed her.
You're out of your mind. My brother will tell you I was at home.
بس الست دي قالت ان انت ما كنتش في الهوم.
We have a witness who confirms that you were arguing, that your wife ran out, that you followed her and didn't come back.
I know this looks bad, but it's not true. We argued, all right, but she went out and I went out after her and she jumped in a car on the corner.
There was a car waiting for her? Can you describe the driver?
Not the driver. It was too dark. But the car, it was a brown Ford Coupe.
Brown Ford Coupe. مش حلو.
When we found your wife, her jewelry had been removed. Was she wearing her religious medallion last night?
Sure. She always wore that.
Penny?
When we found your wife, her jewelry had been removed. Was she wearing her religious medallion last night?
Sure. She always wore that.
Bad cop.
Looks like somebody broke into her room and stole her things there too. Why'd you do it, Angel?
What the hell are you talking about? I was home with Hippolito.
One last question, Angel. Do the words kiss the blood mean anything to you?
No. Sounds sick to me.
You're not in the clear by any means, Angel. You're going back into a cell. You should think about whether you have anything else you need to share with us.
قبل ما نوجه لك التهمة يعني.
Advice?
So, the fruit market was the last stop-off Antonio made.
Let's go.
ما احنا كنا هناك وكان قافل، يعني ايه اللي اختلاف؟ انت ليه محسسني ان احنا ما احنا عملنا اللي على نروح تاني، ما احنا فاضيين، احنا فاضيين احنا.
What's your read on Maldonado?
احنا فاضيين، نروح بقى الفروت ماركت ونرجع من الفروت ماركت وفاضيين احنا.
I still like him for it. Seriously, that line about the guy at the fruit market making eyes at his woman? We'll get to the market and the guy behind the counter will tell us he saw Angel drag his old lady off into the night. This case will be shut like all the others.
And the green perfume. KTI Los Angeles, Eugene C. Wendell Incorporated, broadcasting since 1922. We got out to here on KTI.
ما اقصدش بجد، ما اقصدش. تقريبا كان لازم اروح هناك الاول قبل ما اجي في الفروت ماركت. كلمي مين يا مجنون انت؟ ما كانوش لسه اخترعوا الايربادز عندك يا ماما ولا بلوتوث، فانت لو بتكلمي يبقى انت بتكلمي نفسك. عندهم فاكهة حلو،
Sir, Wait, you look familiar.
Hey, from the bar, right? What brings you here?
LAPD, Detective Phelps and Galloway.
Clem Feeney. What can I do for you?
Did you happen to see a young woman last night? 21 years old, Hispanic?
Sure, she came by last night. Why do you ask?
ما تجاوب خلاص، انت مالك.
She was wearing a necklace?
I didn't notice.
You weren't paying attention, Feeney?
Hey, you're getting the wrong idea.
Exactly how much fruit do you sell here after midnight, Clem?
Look, not much. I sell the odd bottle on the side to the after-hours crowd. Look, I don't want any trouble. I'm just trying to make a buck.
The young lady arrived around midnight?
Yeah, something like that. Used the phone for a cab and then left.
متأكد؟
You already knew Mrs. Maldonado, didn't you, Clem?
Sure, I met her before. She seemed like a nice lady. Her husband went apeshit one day when he caught me talking to her. She hadn't been back until last night.
Where did she go from here?
She wanted a cab, but I couldn't get her one. I was about to offer to drive her, but a car pulled up and she got into that.
Can you describe the car?
Brown Ford Coupe, I think.
نفس اللي جوزها قال عليه.
She seemed to know the guy.
Do you mind if we look around?
Why would you want to do that?
Because we say so.
I guess you can. Don't you have to get a court order or something? I have rights.
Clem? Shh. No wonder he stays open late at night. People have to get their vitamins. Check through this stuff before we get back out there.
Wow, blood.
Why cut someone who was already dead?
It's a typical power thing. Once the stiff is dead, the creep usually feels they can do whatever they like. Must have seen it during the war.
No, I don't think so.
So what are we hiding in here? This thing needs a combination.
2 3 5 2 3 5 2 5 3 اوه حبيب قلبي. سرقت ليه يا حبيبي ال بتاع اللي حوالين ايديها من العداء؟ لحظة واحدة، وانا ممكن الف الحاجة دي بقى.
This fruit stall punk gets about 10 seconds to explain before I pull his fucking arms off.
I agree.
Clem!
انت اللي قتلتها يا كلام.
God damn it, get after him, Cole.
ما تسوق مكاني. طيب ما تسوق انت مكاني وانا اقول لك.
Wish me luck. Hit him! Clean this asshole off the road.
We should have grabbed him when we had the chance, Phelps.
When we had the chance, we didn't know he was our guy.
ايوه فاهم.
Phelps, you gotta get me closer.
Strange that he leave a trail of blood right back to his own market.
Maybe he wanted to be caught. A lot of them do.
Hit him, Cole! Spit him out!
اهو اضرب.
It's almost too perfect, isn't it?
There's no such thing as too perfect.
Starvation are the enemies of civilization and democracy.
قتلتها لي يا حقير. قتلتها لي يا حقير.
You're a sick man, Clem. You need help.
كلكم حقراء. يجب أن ترموا في الصحراء وتموتوا من العطشاء.
Outstanding job on this case, gentlemen. The poor woman can now rest in peace. I'll pay the fiend a personal visit myself and remind him that crime in this city does not go unpunished. When they finish with him at the receiving hospital, we'll have him up before the grand jury. I have a meeting this afternoon with the mayor lads. I'll be sure to mention your names. Now, on your way.
انت بتعمل لك ايه يا حاج؟ طب ما تقول ان انت زينا يعني عادي يعني حرام يعني. دي كانت هتبقى الحاجة الكاملة الوحيدة. Complete a story case was 5 star. Complete all story cases was a 5 star. Oh no.
Sarge, why are the guys giving it to the doggies? They're riding in trucks, numbskull, while you're marching.
They look pretty badly beat up.
Yeah, they do at that.
Scuttlebutt says it's pretty hard going down south.
Well, we'll find out soon enough. Recon always leads. How can we fail, Skip, with the Shadow leading the show? Who the fuck is the Shadow? Lieutenant Phelps, the Shadow of Death.
What the fuck are you talking about?
He's a quiet fucker, Sarge. Never hear the bastard coming. You're sitting there, field stripping a cigarette, and suddenly he's there looking down on you.
Why do you think we keep saluting that Jap-loving son of a bitch? He's bad juju.
That's enough out of you three. Bad juju? Where were you dragged up? A swamp?
Bad juju. Bad juju. تخيلوا كده لو كان الاكس بوكس لونه احمر مش اخضر. اوه في واحد متربص يا اختي.
Good morning, gentlemen, and what a grand morning it is, too. We have just cause for celebration. Galloway and Phelps are sending another fiend to San Quentin. A nice showy trial, and he'll be strapped down with gas seeping into his tiny reptile brain. Now, to fresh business. Galloway and Phelps, the task is at hand. The address is on the hill, north downtown off Fremont Avenue.
Skipper, is the new letter genuine?
Now, boys, we all know how many imbeciles have confessed in the short case. Ray Pinker will let us know in good.
12 من 26 فاضل 14.
A fine morning indeed. We keep locking them up, but the bodies keep piling up.
Californians love a fad, Phelps. As long as the bricks hold up at San Quentin, there'll always be killers in this town to sing.
That's disgusting.
Greetings from sunny California.
Wow, rain. Rain. It's rain. It's in our way, okay. حد يدخل كده
First
طيب.
the letter, and now another body. Come on, you can't keep on telling me there's not a killer still out there.
You know, Phelps, all these arrests on the record are giving you a reputation. You want them turning into unsolved.
Getting a vicious killer off the streets is more important than my reputation.
Really?
And besides, landing a big fat marlin is more impressive than an ocean full of minnows.
The minnows maketh the man. You can't always hit home run. Sometimes.
الطيب يبقى حلو قوي بالليل.
11K, go ahead.
You're crazy.
If I'm crazy, it's your fault. Running around behind my back. How am I supposed to trust you, goddammit?
Oh.
Whoa, sir. I think you ought to calm down.
Mind your own goddamn business. Why is everybody always on my case?
اوه طب اقتلها هي طيب. لا انا مش هسيبك بعد ما
Watch it.
انت بعد ما تعمل مكان هسيبك.
Reinforcements are on the way.
Cover me.
صدقني ما هسيبك. قتلت الظابط وهسيبك يعني ولا ايه؟ الظباط دول يلا يا راجل يلا انت برضه اللي بيحموك تروح طالب الظابط في صدره بالكلب.
Car 11K. Code 4 at Olvera Street, but I'll need an ambulance. Shots fired. The suspect is down.
Roger on your ambulance, 11K. All units be advised, code 4 at the Olvera Street Plaza.
5 hidden vehicle reward. حلو. كل ما بزيد كل ما يجيبوا لي العربيات المخفية. المهم انا همشي ازاي؟ كده 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 كده. هرجع للخلف. هرجع للخلف. ما احبش اكسر الحاجة انا.
Break.
والمطر زحلق العجل. في كشاف بايظ في العربية جلوية.
I've always found the siren useful in situations like this.
بعرفك عشان لو هتصلحه يعني دي عربيتك انت.
That guy there will lead us up. Man, you're gonna kill us!
I'm steeling myself for what I'm about to see.
That'll just be another dead body, brother. You're used to seeing. You're the gig when you work in homicide.
مش عارف، مش فاكر ان دي بتبقى موتة عادية برضه، بتبقى موتة من الحاجات البشعة.
Detectives? Phelps and Galloway, homicide.
Scene is secure. The rest of the patrolmen are going door to door, canvassing for witnesses.
Thanks. Keep me informed.
Will do, Detective.
This looks awfully familiar.
I think that's the impression the boys from the Examiner took with them as well.
There's nothing original under the sun. Why should murder be any different?
What do we have so far?
Not much trace evidence to speak of. Storm blew in around 10 last night, and the rain washed most of it away.
And the body?
Looks like she was tipped out of an automobile from the tire tracks and superficial injuries. Strangled with a length of rope. And for my money, it's triple braid again.
Time of death?
From her temperature, maybe 2 a.m., but it was cold last night.
Usual head injuries.
Blunt force trauma. Knock him over the head, then strangle and mutilate. No message with this one.
At least she was left clothed.
I doubt very much he was concerned with her dignity.
The green silk dress is very distinctive. Any sign of her other shoe?
No. And no handbag or other personal effects.
There appears to be a dry cleaning label. Superior Laundry Services, F1363.
حاجات مش كده، بس ان دي بتحصل في الحقيقة، فالموضوع
Another day, another dollar.
في حاجة؟ ده عقب سجارة عادي يعني. ناس كتير ممكن تيجي هنا وترمي من السجاير عادي. ايه هنا؟ دي سجارة. سجارة مين؟ دي ده ناس كتير بتيجي وترمي ازازة هنا. 40 steps.
No drag marks. The killer was moving around, surveying the scene. Our driver and our killer are most likely one and the same.
Money.
I don't think so.
طب خدوها طيب، يعني انتوا هتسيبوا فلوس كده مرمية؟ دي فين؟
Detectives, I've been working the houses across the street and up the block. This lady thinks she has something for us.
اتفضلي قولي.
Detective Phelps, LAPD.
I'm Mrs. Barton, Catherine Barton. I live just across the way.
Did you see anyone around here last night?
Not last night, but yesterday, early evening, I saw that awful hobo.
Do you have a description?
Tall, gaunt, horribly disfigured. I think he may have had an accident in the war. He's a very scary, angry man.
Any idea where we might find him?
One of the hobo camps around here. He's some kind of hobo leader. They all follow him around.
Thank you, ma'am. You've been a big help.
Of course. Anything I can do to help. I'd hate to think that something so ghastly could happen right here and nothing be done about it.
تسلمي يا حبيبتي والله شكرا. قليلين اللي زيك بجد. كل واحد يقول لك انا بقى الموضوع حسن.
Phelps, badge 1247.
How could I help, Detective?
I need an address on Superior Laundry Services.
Just a moment. Superior Laundry Services, 1260 West 1st Street.
Can you track down reports of hobo camps in the vicinity of Signal Hill?
Just a moment, Detective. There's a large camp under the bridge on Grand between Temple and Sunset.
Thanks.
لحظات.
This guy was willing to rat his own mother after I'd sweated him.
معاكم.
Can you keep things under control until Pinker and Carruthers finish up?
Sure, Detective. We'll stay out of their way.
Not now, Phelps.
تعالى يا ابني نبص هناك يمكن يكون في حاجة ولا حاجة. نمشي بيعمل الصوت. حلوة النقطة دي. راكب العربية من بدري وانا اول قاعد عمال اقول له تعالى ورايا تعالى ورايا مش لاقيه.
I get the point.
حلوة اللفة صح؟
No message.
Excuse me?
There was no message.
Where?
On the bit. The last bodies had something written on them. This one didn't.
I'm failing to follow you.
Can't be the same guy who was sent.
لا انا حاسس ان هو نفس الراجل على فكرة.
Right before you start trying to link this to Maldonado and all the others.
There are more factors to consider than the messages, Rusty.
This doesn't fit your pattern, Cole. End of conversation. Understand?
عشان حتى طريقة نفس طريقة القتل بتاعت الرقبة.
Continue to respond.
At least the rain stopped. You can change back into those white bucks now.
هسأل حد ولا ايه المفروض؟ هسأل اللي هناك ده؟ نوعي
Phelps and Galloway, LAPD. We're investigating a case and one of your laundry labels came up. F1363.
If you give me a minute, I'll go find a register and you can take a look. You take a look for yourself. I've got clothes that need pressing.
You wrote the number down on that dress, is it there?
والإف كم؟ كلهم بيبدأوا بإف 1. إف 1 363.
Mrs. T. Terrellson, 43 Emerald Street, Westlake.
Please, I have business to run.
خلاص ده في واحدة يعني قاعدة بعيد وملهاش علاقة بأي حاجة وجت تساعدنا. هوبو كام
We're looking for a tall man with a disfigured face. You know him?
Huh? What? I fought in 2 wars, you know, son. I think I earned some peace and quiet.
The bum isn't here.
Look at these people.
We should follow the lead. These guys can wait.
I don't know who you're looking for, and I don't want to know.
Calling you stupid?
would be an insult to stupid people.
واو حلوة الشتيمة دي.
Isn't he the cop they've been talking about on the radio? Want another accommodation? One nice thing about Icatus, they don't talk about other people.
هنسأل مين احنا كده؟
You streak of piss?
I'm at a loss.
We have a lead. Let's find out what the husband has to say for himself. Phelps, leave him be.
يا عم سبته يا عم. قول أي حاجة طيب يا كابتن.
There are three kinds of people. Those who can count and those who can't.
والنوع التالت ايه؟ ادخل على طول بقى من غير ما تخبط. ريكورد. 2 من 20. واو ده مش هيساعدني. ده متأكد منه المفروض أبحث عن شخص في المكان المنيل. والله أتمنى لهم يعيشوا حياة أحسن من كده، بس مش عارف ايه اللي خلاهم يعيشوا كده أصلا. متمناش لأي حد بصراحة الحياة دي، متمناش لأي حد فعلا. فين الشخص اللي أنا بدور عليه؟ طب ولا أعمل إيه أنا هنا؟ اصحى يا ابني اصحى. كنت عايز افرح 5 نجوم وانت عملته لها وبقيت شحات. ها ايوه المفروض دلوقتي ان انا الاقي راجل صح؟ اللي اعمل انا ايه دلوقتي؟ يلا بينا يا عم يلا بينا.
Watch where you're going.
ايوه باينة باينة يا راجل تقريبا. طب نبص في وشه تاني عشان بس يعني نعرف نميزه يعني.
Not much help.
ما يمكن يكون هو ده يا عم.
Oh, I wish I could afford that.
حطش هنا كده خرجت تبقى المهم.
Talk about this.
ماشي اخر نظرة كده وبعد كده نمشي من المكان ده. المكان ده بقى اوه ايه ده ايه ده ايه ده ايه ده ايه ده ايه ده انا ما زقتوش والله ولا جه جنبي. يلا يا عم نمشي من هنا يا عم، مفيش هنا حاجة مفيدة يا عم. يلا والله ولا سيبك لوحدك هنا وهم استنى تقريبا عايزين اي حد يضربوه.
I've got a feeling we're about to meet another wife killer.
You've always got that feeling, Rusty.
Yeah, and it's usually correct.
Please, please, for once, can you not...
هنا في يمين وشمال تقريبا
Let your assumptions color your detective work.
Just you wait. Nordic type show a particular disposition for this stuff.
يا ابني المرة اللي فاتت ما كانش هو الزوج والمرة اللي قبلها كان الزوج تقريبا. المرة اللي قبلها بقى
Breathe, Phelps. Breathe, damn it.
ما كانش قصدي اخبطه قالوا ايه يعني بالراحة يا عم. خد انت سوق ما تخنقنيش.
Hey, come on.
مش عارف الخريطة كبيرة جدا وأماكن القتل يعني محدودة يعني. وكمان لما تدوس تحدد مكان مش بيجيب لك حتى طريق تمشي ازاي. طب ليه كده؟ فلوسين حبايبي.
Hello? Yes? Detectives Phelps and Galloway. Is your wife home, sir?
My wife went out last night and she hasn't come home.
Can you describe your wife and what she was wearing?
We were out at a friend's place, Bobby Ross's, for a party. She was kind of dolled up. She had her green silk dress, open-toed white shoes. Those are her favorite shoes.
Can we come in, Mr. Tarleton? I'm afraid we have some rather bad news.
She's dead. Or murdered,
yeah,
to be specific.
I've been trying to arrange a sitter. Look, tell me what's happened.
I'm afraid your wife was murdered last night. Her body was found this morning. We're very sorry for your loss.
والعيال مش فاهمين حاجة صح؟
I know this is a difficult time, Mr. Tarleton, but we are going to need you to answer some questions. First, we're going to take a look around.
What for? You don't think
it's procedure. You see to your girls.
احنا ماشيين يا بابا ما تتعبش نفسك.
Stay here till Daddy's finished talking to these men.
Where's Mommy?
Everything's gonna be all right, sweetheart.
We would like Mommy to come home now, Daddy.
What's the problem,
Tarleton? Let him search. You got nothing to hide.
وانتوا ما سمعتوش عمه وهو بيقول ان ماما ماتت يا حبايبي؟
Something funny, Tarleton. Some bums think filling out a missing persons report accident.
I wonder why the picture was turned down.
انا كمان على فكرة انا سألت نفس السؤال والله.
check if she was a regular.
Baron's Bar. بس عقبتها.
I doubt it.
ماشي. If you say so. غرفة الأطفال مكان كويس جدا عشان تخبي فيه حاجات عادي يعني. تقول ايه ده؟ العيال جابوها منين؟ المقاييد الصغيرين جابوا الحاجات دي منين؟ ما اعرفش عنها حاجة، انا عارف الكلام ده.
Doesn't look like anything.
اوه واحدة ثانية ماشي.
Baron's bar again. Someone must be real sweet on this dive.
هو انا مش عارف، هو زمان البار زمان كان كل ما تروح بيديك بتاعت سجاير ولا ايه؟ مش فاهم. بوت مركب. بجد مش فاهم ايه حكاية ان كل ما اروح عند حد الاقي عنده سجاير.
Excuse me, ladies.
سجاير بس من بار مختلف. عارفين اللي هو يعني انتوا ايه بيوزعوا عليكم سجاير ولا بيوزعوا عليكم مشروبات؟ سجاير ايه؟ بيوزعوا عليكم كبريت ولا مشروبات؟
So she went out without her handbag?
نشوف ايه ده.
At least she was spared that particular indignity.
مفيش واحدة، تأكد ان مفيش واحدة هتمشي من غير الشنطة بتاعتها عشان الروج بقى والحاجات دي.
She'd have to be in quite a state to leave this behind.
مش هما الاتنين دول بس. اوه فيها طين.
You can see if Pinker can match the impression to the crime scene.
Really good match. اللي بتاع ده في دم مغسول.
Lars was out in the rain last night.
rain هو يا مغسول يا اما فعلا كان بسبب المطر. بص احسن تكون حرقت حاجة انت كمان. الرجالة بقت بتقتل وتحرق الحاجات. اوه الحبل ده مقطوع.
Like a match with the ligature marks.
نفس الحبل كمان اللي اتقتلت بيه. مو حلو انت. فاكر لما تقتل مراتك محدش هيجيبك يا ابني؟ احنا هنجيبك من قفاك. فاكر ايه؟ شفت انا جيت لك من هنا صح؟ خرجت من الناحية التانية ولفت لك من هنا برضه. شفت المفاجأة؟ فين التليفون؟ بس خليك مكانك، خليك.
Operator, give me dispatch.
خليك لحد ما اخلص التليفون.
Phelps, badge 1247.
How could I help, Detective?
Can you run an address for a Bobby Ross? Then send some uniforms over.
Would you like him picked up?
No. Suspect says he was with Ross last night. We need to confirm the alibi.
I'll get a prowl car dispatched.
Thanks for your help.
تعالوا كده يا ابني نسأل البنات دي.
Where's my mom?
ماتت.
I'll be out of your way momentarily, ladies.
تخيل لما
For
تقول
the record,
الأطفال
Mr.
كده.
Tarleton, what is your wife's name?
Teresa.
تيريسا حلو.
Do you have any idea why anyone would want to hurt your wife?
No. Everyone loved Teresa. She was so full of life. It can't be anyone who knew her.
ماشي نبعد عن السؤال ده دلوقتي.
You said you went to a party at Bobby Ross's place?
That's right, Bobby had a bunch of people over. We were having a good time. She said she was bored and decided to leave.
So when I call this Bobby Ross character and he tells me you're lying...
Look, what do I have to do to convince you that I stayed at the party?
نبعد عن ده كمان.
Sometimes you have to shake the tree to see what falls out.
When was the last time you saw your wife?
Around 8:30. The card game at Bobby's was wrapping up. I played out my hand and drove home here. I paid the sitter and went to bed.
كذاب.
You're lying, Lars. You didn't come straight home, did you?
And how do you figure that?
Nothing personal. Just doing my job. You understand that?
ماشي.
Mr. Terrellson, was Teresa happy at home?
Yeah, I think she was.
آخر ما كده هنا. ماشي. كذاب.
Spill it, Terrellson. We like the look of you for this, so you better give us something.
We're at the party. She has a few and says she wants to go out dancing. We only have the sitter until 9. I get mad. I tell her to go ahead, but I'm staying. She storms out. Look, I'm doing well at cards. I hardly ever do well. I married her because she was so much fun, but now she drives me fucking crazy.
What time did she leave the party?
About 8:30, maybe a little earlier.
Do you have any idea why anyone would want to hurt your wife?
No. Everyone loved Teresa. She was so full of life. It can't be anyone who knew her.
So you don't know anyone who would want her dead?
No, I don't.
غلط 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 غلط. زعلتنا كتير.
You said you went to a party at Bobby Ross's place?
That's right, Bobby had a bunch of people over. We were having a good time. She said she was bored and decided to leave.
You let your drunk wife leave the party and go off on her own?
Look, I was angry. I was having a good time. She has to go and ruin it. We always have to do what she wants to do. Last night she wanted to go dancing.
Any idea where?
Where she always goes. A bar down on North Beaudry Avenue. Baron's Bar. She goes there, drinks too much, gets maudlin, and calls me. I go and bring her home.
When was the last time you saw your wife?
Around 8:30. The card game at Bobby's was wrapping up. I played out my hand and drove home here. I paid the sitter and went to bed.
You're lying, Lars. You didn't come straight home, did you?
And how do you figure that?
طب لحظة.
You're off the hook. For now.
أكيد.
You were out in the rain. You got soaked, Lars. We found your wet weather gear.
Okay, I stayed a little later than I said. This cute little brunette was hitting on me. Teresa noticed. I was half cut. I walked her home from Bobby's, but nothing happened. I walked back and got the car this morning.
Thanks for answering our questions, Mr. Terrellson. You'll need to go downtown to identify your wife's body.
I should have taken her dancing.
In my experience, Mac, if you give in to broads, you'll be giving in to them your entire life. Sounds like the Terrellson broad had her last drink at Baron's Bar. We should check the place out.
نروح البار بس لحظة واحدة.
Appreciate your time, sir.
كده؟ تعب بتعمل ايه؟ انت بتعبنا. اعدلك دي ولبسك ده انت بتعبنا.
You believe this guy's story?
Kind of rings true.
انت بتعبنا صح؟ بيعبنا يا ابني. بيعبنا الراجل ده بيعبنا.
Hey!
حلوة صح؟ حلوة النقطة دي حلوة. حلو. لو ما سكتش بقى هلبسنا في أي بيت قدامنا ماشي؟ فين الجريمة؟ في جريمة؟ مفيش جريمة؟ في جريمة؟ كبيرة أوي الخريطة بجد. مش عارف كبيرة أوي كده على إيه؟ فاضية. يعني مفيش جريم هناك. هي كبيرة أوي بس مفيش جريم هناك ليه كده؟ عشان لو عايز أتمشى في المدينة يعني.
Gents, drink?
Phelps and Galloway, LAPD.
I'm Benny Clough. This about Teresa Terrellson?
Yes, it is.
I heard about it on the radio. They're saying it was that Black Dahlia freak again? God damn it. Yeah, I rang that husband of hers. The babysitter said he was out.
If you don't mind, we have a few questions. What time did Teresa leave?
Around 10:30, I think.
On foot? In a car? By bus? How was it?
She called for a cab.
Did you get the number?
Sure I did. I like Teresa. The only time she has a drink is when things aren't going so good at home. I was worried about her.
Put out an APB on the cab. 3591. Should be traceable.
3591.
Who was she with? We've had reports about a tall, gaunt-looking hobo. He wasn't here last night?
I get plenty of bums in here, but nothing to fit that description.
The likelihood is that whoever she left here with killed her. Give it up, Benny.
All right, 2 creeps were all over her, promising to take her dancing.
You get a good look at these guys?
Sure. I got a good look. One of them was a sailor in uniform. His cap said, USS Indiana.
And the other man?
The other guy is Richard Bates. He's sitting in the back right now. Red polo shirt.
حلو ده.
Any idea where she was headed?
Nope. I didn't get that.
ليه بقى؟ ليه الكذب بقى؟ يعني بص
Any
الطريقة.
idea where she was headed?
Nope. I didn't get that.
She was murdered, Benny. Brutally murdered. If you like this lady, you should give us something.
You telling me I'm not cooperating? Watch it, pal.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Clough. We'll take it from here.
Hey, no problem.
This is Bates.
That's him.
LAPD, don't make me chase you, shitbird. Can't let the son of a bitch get away.
وانت لازم تقول له يعني. وانت لازم تقول له.
Go, Phelps, get after it. Come on, got a ride. Get in and drive.
I thought you were gonna leave me there.
Who knows what this guy will pull when he's cornered? We could have a killer on our hands.
الراجل يعني نزل من العربية واحنا ركبنا اعرف.
I don't think the killer would be kicking back in the bar where he met the Vic in.
Listen, a creature of habit is your killer. For some reason, they're sticklers for routine.
Don't go to sleep on me. Get me back in close.
يا حبيبي لحظة هو بمزاجي يعني.
Hit it. Clean this asshole off the road. Keep it steady and I'll try to bust his tires.
Let's end this party.
All right.
انزل لي.
Okay, Bates. You're gonna answer some questions.
I have a choice in this.
Last night, you went drinking with a lady in the bar. Now she's dead, and your face is all messed up.
I'm in the clear on that. She preferred a sailor. You could lay it off on him. Are we finished?
No.
Do you want my partner to sap you? Tell us what we want to know.
She was okay. Drunk. Pissed off at her old man, wanting to go dancing. I thought I'd ply her with a few drinks and get my end away. Looks like your salty had the same idea.
So what happened when you left the bar?
Sailor boy laid one on me. A cheap shot. After that, I don't know.
You've done time, haven't you, Richard? Is that why you ran?
I'm on parole.
On what offense?
Sexual assault.
Oh.
Look, I was lying there on the sidewalk. He flags a cab and jumps in with the broad.
We're taking you in, Bates.
How come?
Just for a chat. Nice private chat. I'll explain my theory of once a degenerate, always a degenerate.
Take him to Central. He's a material witness in a murder case. Find him a cozy cell.
Richard here knows the drill.
التليفونات القديمة دي حلوة.
Message for KGPL.
ده محمود جيت تاني غريبة. نتك يا ابني.
Cole Phelps, badge 1247.
How can I help, Detective?
I need an APB out on a yellow cab, number 3591. Ask dispatch to relay all sightings to car 11K.
No problem. I'll get on the radio.
Were there any incident reports filed in the vicinity of Barron's Bar on North Beaudry Avenue? We're tracking a sailor who was involved in a fight outside the bar.
I can check the reports, Detective. I have a message for you from Captain Donnelly. Message reads, James Jessup, U.S. Navy able seaman, has information relevant to your case. Jessup is currently being detained at Central Station.
Could be our man. Thank you.
يا انا حاجة خفيفة. شكرا. انت شايفني كوباية شاي قدامك.
That looks like.
يا ابني عشان نتك يا ابني توفروا العرض بكرة بتاع ستيت اوف بلاي.
You are listening to an American Century.
هنا كده. والله حلوة الفكرة دي، بقت بتاع شوية مع ان المفروض يحددوا الطريق على طول، بس يلا هي بتاع شوية. فين الجيم لو بعيدة والله ما هروح. شفت صح؟ هقول لك صح على حاجة. صح حاجة ضحكتني أوي والله. بوست كاتبين لك فيه ايه؟ اوف، انتظروا فيديو مناقشة على القناة بعد الإفطار، مناقشة عن اللي حصل. يعني هو المفروض كده 5 دقايق، يعني النهاردة كده الساعتين دول هو جمع فيهم أفكاره وهيفطر ويعمل فيديو على طول، ويلا بقى يلا نتناقش. انا بالنسبه لي بشوف ان العروض دي مش فيديو مناقشه، يعني عشان لما تبقى مناقشه يبقى نتكلم فيها مع بعض.
on 7th Street. Let's hit it, Phelps. The cab driver might tie this whole thing together.
I hope you're right.
شفت بما انها مناقشه يبقى نتكلم فيها مع بعض، مش بعد الافطار. هبقى حاجه خفيفه يحبس بيها برضه. لا ما طلعتش لعبه، انا اتضايقت قوي، بس بجد جميله. يعني الديمو اللي عملوه ده جميل جدا، واحتمال على فكره بعد كده يفكروا يعملوها لعبه، بس بجد جامده. انا شايفها جامده.
He's in interview too.
Thanks. What do you make of him?
Sailor on furlough who looks like he's in trouble and knows it.
Interview 2. يلا يا حبيبي يلا.
Detectives Phelps and Galloway. We know why you're here, Jessup, so it would be best if you answered our questions truthfully.
ما اعتقدش ان دي اقصى
I don't want any
الامكانيات.
trouble. That's why I'm here. I heard on the radio about this lady getting killed. I got leave from my CO to come down straight away.
So why did you kill her?
I didn't kill anyone. Look, you need to believe me.
Let's start at the beginning.
عشان انت شفت اهو نزل الفيديو. يا ابني اولا ما اعتقدش ان ده الاداء الكامل او النهائي، ماشي، دي نقطه. وغير كده ده بالنسبه لشركات الطرف الثالث، وشركات الطرف الثالث ممكن يستخدم ده، ممكن يستخدم محركات غير ده، عادي الموضوع. الفكره بقى ان احنا بنشوف على كل جهاز حصرياته اهم من الطرف الثالث. يعني الطرف الثالث طبعا مهم جدا، بس انا بشوف ان الحصريات اهم. وطبعا في واحده عمرها ما خيبت املنا عشان نبقى صراحه. اعمل رأي على الفيديو اللي شخص منزله؟ لا ما بحبش كده.
You went to Baron's bar. What time did
هو
you
مش
arrive?
سوني يعني عشان اعمل رأي عليه.
24-hour pass. I got there around 7.
That's where you met Teresa Terrelson?
Sure. We had a couple of drinks.
You went to Baron's bar. What time did you arrive?
I got a 24-hour pass. I got there around 7.
That's where you met Teresa Terrelson?
Sure. We had a couple of drinks.
كمل.
So you tried to make a woman who was incredibly drunk?
Look, I'm not proud of myself, but I never hurt her.
You took her dancing?
That's right. Caught a cab to the Crystal Ballroom.
You had a fist fight with Richard Bates over Mrs. Terrelson.
You met the guy? He's a creep. You should take a look at him for this.
He's pointing the finger directly at you, Jessup.
I only had one night before I was back in the tub. He had all the time in the world to look for some action. I belted him. I'd do it again. She was better off with me.
Sure. You're a shining example of chivalry, Jessup. We're holding you till we can clear this with the driver.
Yeah, my CO said as much.
Can you put the guy in 2 in a cell and inform the commander?
Sure, detective.
لو عايز تشوف الفيديو انا موجود.
Sighting of your disfigured hobo on Grand between Temple and Sunset, and it looks like the Beau has a record too. He's wanted in connection with 2 female assaults.
Thanks. Help me out.
Teresa's trail leads right to this cabbie's back seat, Phelps. We need to find him.
We need to find him.
Patrol. Where's that cab got to now?
11K, car 11 King. Further on your ATV, yellow cab 3591. Reported at the Turkey Bowl Diner. Last seen turning north on Bowman Drive, heading northeast.
I want that little bastard stay still.
3 suspects in the can and 1 on the hoof. Still no hard evidence on any of them.
والله انا كل يوم بنبهر بنفسي والله.
11K, go ahead.
بجد يعني وانا صغير اخلص اللعبه دي وانا مش فاهم حاجه، انا بنبهر بنفسي بجد.
11K, roger that. Plenty of time to get downtown, Cole.
It's possible. Have them bring him in.
KGPL, we have Lars Terrelson picked up.
11K, Roger. Car 11K, your APV, suspect yellow cab 35.
وفرحان ان انا بقيت فاهم انجلش اكتر من الاول بكتير.
There he goes again.
3591, that's him there, Phelps. Hit the siren.
شفت انا بسمع الكلام ازاي؟ تكلمني براحة اسمع الكلام على طول. ايه ده ايه ده ايه ده؟
LAPD, we're investigating a
What's
murder.
that got to do with me?
The fare you picked up from Baron's bar last night. What was the woman
لسه ما
wearing?
شفتهمش كلهم.
Green dress. Oh, don't tell me something's happened to her.
Tell me about her.
She was with this sailor, and he was all over her. She wasn't having any of it. Said she just wanted to dance. But he had that look in his eye.
Where did you drop them off?
Said the Crystal Ballroom.
What time?
After midnight. 12:30? Something like that.
Thanks. You've been a big help.
Well, that's gonna ruin my day.
ماشي. هنا يبقى همشي كده في كده ماشي زي ما انا على طول. بس يعني يلا مش مهم مش مهم. عارف انت لما تتابع ناس يعني لحاجة معينة تمام، بعد كده تلاقيهم عارف انت بقى فيهم حاجة غلط، يعني لو كل فترة فيهم حاجة غلط الموضوع هيعدي تمام. انما مثلا في الفترة دي كلهم بقوا قاعدين في البيت عارف انت، فتحس ان كلهم يلا يلا يا جماعة في فيديو بيتكلم عن ازاي الباب اتفتح واتقفل 5 مرات، تعالوا نتكلم مناقشة يا جماعة يلا ايه ده ايه ده عرض اللعبة معفنة بس يلا تعالى نعمل مناقشة يا عم انا فاضي يعني ولا حاجة تعالى ده. هي مش حشو، هو مش حشو يعني كنت بحبك لحاجة معينة مش عشان خاطر انت فاضي وعايز اي حاجة وخلاص يبقى تعمل اي حاجة خلاص. لا ما الفراغ وحش، روح العب رياضة في البيت اجري اعمل اي حاجة، انما مش كده لا يعني لا الموضوع زيادة عن حد.
LAPD. We'd like a word with you. Save it for someone who's interested. They're fascists. Come to move us on and steal what little we have left.
6 rounds won't get us far. We need you to stay copacetic. We need to hold out to the cavalry rounds.
How do we do that?
Like this. Fuck that. Keep down, fellas.
If you want
killing
your
make you feel
share,
powerful.
we need to fight.
يا كلاب.
What's your name?
Comrade Stalin.
Very funny. We'll find out from your personal effects.
Stuart Ackerman.
You're under suspicion for murder, Ackerman. We're taking you downtown.
You can't do anything more to me than what the Japanese have already done.
ليه تقتل واحدة بالوحشية دي بس انا عايز افهم. ده انتوا حيوانات.
The Kremlin's over here, Phelps. Toss it and see what you find.
شنطتها.
Ackerman doesn't look like much of a dancer.
في جريمة تانية بيبقى القاتل قاعد فيها في حتة مرعبة قوي قوي. وهو سلاح الجريمة، مش محتاجين حاجة أكتر من بس إيه اعترافك بس.
Safe bet it'll match the mark under Teresa Terrelson's chin.
Missing morphine.
Still working, Jack. I'm off to
Jack
the Lighthouse
Kelso.
Club in Santa Monica.
Hello, Jack.
Mr. Benson, this is Courtney Sheldon. He's a buddy of mine from the war.
Well, I'm sure you two will want to polish some old war stories. Good evening, Jack. Mr. Sheldon.
جاك وشيلتون وكول التلاتة كانوا في الجيش مع بعض.
We need your help, Jack.
I told you I would have nothing to do with that.
I'm fine too, Jack. Medical school's going well. I got a part-time job.
Do dope peddlers need part-time jobs?
We made a mistake and we're in trouble, Jack. A local gangster, Mickey Cohen, is putting on the squeeze.
So hand it over, walk away. What's stopping you?
We had a deal with them that they would dole it out slowly. They said they would supply abortion clinics and doctors, but they've been moving it on to addicts, and they can't cope with the purity.
So your problem is with gangsters being dishonest.
My problem is that people are dying, and that if this gets back to us, we'll all end up in jail.
So how am I supposed to help, Courtney? This isn't the war. I can't just wave a magic wand and clean up your mess.
We want you to negotiate, Jack.
The only thing these guys understand is force, Sheldon. They got to the top back east by proving to be more vicious than the English, the Irish, and the Dutch. They make their own laws. That's the nature of a secret society. For God's sake, Courtney, you want to be a doctor. How can you fight with that?
We are better trained, Jack.
I didn't make it through the war to come back to this kind of shit, Sheldon.
وكمان متضايق ان النهارده وامبارح انا بوظت البثين بصراحة. هما مش باصوا معنى باصوا، بس يعني كنت اعمل بس كامل للعرض احسن، ونتناقش فيه بقى ونطلع كل المرار اللي اتفقع بسبب العرض عادي. النهارده فعلا العرض عجبني والله بجد. هو طبعا في رغي كتير واتكلموا كتير على فورتنايت وان هي نازله على الجيل الجاي ومش الجيل الجاي. هو طبعا برضه مش العرض يعني، عشان نبقى واضحين. تمام، بس يعني عرض امكانيات حلوه.
What now? Any ideas?
Let's finish this. Back to the station.
يلا بينا باك تو ذا ستيشن. وانا كنت حاسك انها هتقول كده، بس يعني كده لا، احنا ما جيناش من هنا. لا بتقفلوا الباب ها؟
Capitol Records presents
اركب. خلاص مش هرجعلك انا. هتركب ولا مش هتركب؟ اوكي كده الطريق منين اصلا؟ خلاص خليك. هتركب ولا لا؟ يلا 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 قبل ما يركب يا ابني. اركب 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 خلاص. خلص اركب.
The husband has an alibi. But no real motive other than neglect. Jessup's alibi checks out. Bates is a recidivist. He'll be pulling the same shtick until we put him away for good. Ackerman has history, opportunity, hard evidence. What motive?
We have the evidence. We know she was here. All we need is a confession, and we can charge the bum with murder.
What do we need to try is confession. هنطلع منه ازاي بقى الاعتراف البشري؟
We're going this way.
No good John with me, detective.
What do you think?
Come on. If Ackerman won't play ball, we'll rattle his teeth until he does.
هنا؟
Ackerman, you were in the Marines.
How do you know?
The Corps selected big guys for flamethrower duty. That's how you got the burns.
Life expectancy was 5 minutes for a guy in flamethrower detail. What kind of a government puts weight like that on a man's shoulders?
You'll get no argument from me. It was a heavy load.
You feeling sorry for this smelly fuck?
Why did you kill Mrs. Terrellson?
I have no recollection of the people I've killed.
ماشي.
A bus driver dropped Mrs. Terrellson near your camp around 2 a.m. Why did you take her up to the hill?
Which hill? I have many places. I go where I please.
بتشهر يبقى هو عايز الباك اب بقى.
You are clearly insane, Ackerman. The state of California does not execute mental patients.
I don't know the names of the women I've killed, but I've killed many of them. Their necks are so fragile.
Why did you kill Mrs. Terrellson?
I have no recollection of the people I've killed.
You hate women, Ackerman?
More than you could ever imagine.
How much did you hate Mrs. Terrellson?
I ache to put my seed in them. Afterwards, I have no use for them.
Stuart Ackerman, I am charging you with the murder of Teresa Terrellson.
And many others بس احنا ما نعرفهمش. شايف جريمة قتل واحدة يعني خلتك تبعد عنك. شوف ازاي.
A man down on his luck I can abide. But a filthy red who chooses to live outside the rules of society I cannot stomach. Maybe poor Teresa Terrellson will provide the catalyst we need. I've spoken to the chief and the mayor, and I think it's time we send some men in to remove the godless and send them on their way over the county line. A grand day that will be, gentlemen. And a grand result you have brought me. You two are fast becoming my finest crusaders.
Crusaders. ايه المبالغ دي؟ ايه المبالغ دي؟ كلو 14 من 17. هيخون مراته امتى بقى؟ دلوقتي ولا ايه؟ بيتعامل بطيبة مع الناس واحترام، مش اللي هو بقى ظابط بقى
Don't leave me singing this torched song when I'm burning.
القطر كلهم ستات.
Yes, I'm aware that it's an election year. Keep a hold of your hat, Counselor. Now is not the time to lose your nerve. It would appear that someone has hocked a rose gold wedding ring and matching engagement ring. Sound familiar?
Deirdre Muller.
Press the pawnbroker and see what you can find out. The address is 348 South Main Street. The Muller case goes before the grand jury next week, and the DA does not want any egg on his face. Then get out to the railroad depot on Santa Fe Avenue. We have another poor unfortunate found this morning beside a railroad line. 40-year-old white woman.
Right, Skipper.
قلت بعده بقالهم فترة ما جابوش مهمة. يلا فاضل 13 دي كده يبقى فاضل 12 حلوين.
Another body and Deirdre Muller's ring. The Emperor may soon have to come to terms with the fact that he's wearing no clothes.
Exactly. Did you get that book of riddles shoved up your ass? Is that what
إذا
your
الباب
old
ده
man
مقفول
paid
ليه؟
college tuition for?
من امتى الباب ده مقفول؟ من امتى؟
You got to admit, this is looking odd.
Anyone could pawn a ring.
But
مش صح أنا كده؟ ماشي صح. أوه المجرم بيجري.
if you take it along with all of the other indicators.
Cole, Hugo Moeller was identified by the school's ground key. He's our guy.
Witnesses have fingered the wrong guy before.
He ran, for God's sakes.
And he always maintained he was set up.
Just go easy, Phelps.
بحاول صدقني.
The alkali lake is devoid of fish and forms an admirable disposal spot. A 3,500-pound container of sodium hurtles into the lake and crashes through a foot of ice. As the water seeps in, smoke rises through a series of muffled explosions. The acrid clouds billow several thousand feet over the steep sides of the lake. Disposal of the chemical by the War Assets Administration is made necessary because no public carrier will accept it for transportation to a purchaser. One after
The
another,
siren might keep
varying
people out of
effects,
the way.
containers
What do you
go
think?
up with spectacular results as water and sodium.
خبطت حد أنا دلوقتي. عشان تقول لي السعينة ومش السعينة.
Should have iced those folks. You leave no witnesses, you stay out of the
I'm not
post.
riding all the way to Santa Ana and then on to Cincinnati with you pissing in my
But
ear.
I'm tired of always being on the lam.
don't have a choice. A stick-up charge is still a stick-up charge, and I ain't going back inside.
You're both coming with me. Don't do anything stupid.
اهو ده بقى الحاجة الستوبد اللي هو قال لك ما تعملهاش.
You gotta get me closer.
يا ابني عربيته شايفها سريعة ازاي؟
I'll try to shoot out his tire.
Wish me luck.
Now is not the time to play around, fellas.
Hit it. Clean this asshole off the road.
اقف يلا اقف يلا.
Hands behind your head. Car 11K calling KGPL. Code 4 at the Lucas Avenue trolley station. The 459 suspects are in custody.
Roger, 11K. All units, code 4 on the 459 suspects at the Lucas Avenue trolley station.
ده كويس قربني من المكان بتاع المهمة.
Whoa there.
يا عم انت اي حركة تحركها تقعد تكلمني. انا وقفت ماشي عشان
putting a siren on might remove the element of surprise from your hit and runs.
Bobby Sock, baby, I've got to let you go. You've got a head full of nothing but stage, screen, and radio. You chase autographs every night. You write fan mail every day.
لحقت نفس المرض. عدي يا بابا عدي يا بابا. فين دي؟ لا بعيدة يا طنط بعيدة.
Union and Rockwood Street. Union and Rockwood Street. Unit to handle code 2. Identify.
Money to loan. Loan.
How can I help you boys?
تعالى يا عم الحاج.
Detectives Phelps and Galloway, LAPD. You have a rose gold wedding and engagement ring?
David Bremner. Am I gonna get something for this pledge? Gave that bum money, now you guys are gonna leave me short.
How much did you give him?
$50?
Try another number. Try 10. Feel lucky you're getting it.
I have the rings right here.
لحظة واحدة مظبوط بس ايه كان كده نجي ايوه تمام كده.
What's this mark here?
Maker's mark. Usually traceable. That one came from Hartfield's Jewelry down on Broadway.
Thanks for the tip.
التاني
Does this mark mean anything?
Hallmark. Gives you an idea of the quality.
What have you got on the guy who brought these in?
Goes by the name of Percy B. Shelley. Gave an address. 15 Poland Street, London, Tulare County.
Can you give us a description of the man who pawned these rings?
Not sure. Medium height, medium build, dark hair, I think. Sorry. He just had one of those forgettable faces.
We'll be in touch, Mr. Bremner.
طب هناخدهم ولا هنسيبهم كده يعني؟ كان بودي حبيبتي كان بودي بس مش هروح انا مهمة بعيدة.
Now she said she loved me and it seemed to me that things were just about like they ought to be.
We have a problem.
We could have the...
Calm down!
We could have the local troopers check out the Tulare County address.
The address is bogus. Purpose having fun. The guy who's been sending the Dahlia letters is also the guy who pawned these rings.
How do you figure that?
Percy Bysshe Shelley wrote the poem that came with the Dahlia letters. The Dahlia letters are genuine, and the man who killed Elizabeth Short may have also killed Deirdre Mullen.
And how do we prove that, Belt? Skipper ain't gonna like this one.
We're gonna have to rely on this guy tripping up. Vanity.
Ooh.
You boys ready? Follow me.
We should keep this development to the rings under our hat until we speak with the captain.
We're all on the same team, Rusty.
Chain of command, Phelps. The skipper will decide who needs to know. Got it?
Hard, isn't it?
Yeah. I look after all the rail depots.
What have you got?
The Negro, Nelson Gaines, called it in. I came down here to make sure him and the other guy, Jameson, stuck around.
Jameson found the body?
Something like that. Guy makes me sick.
We'll talk to the coroner. Keep an eye on both of them. What have we got here?
White female, approximately 40 years of age, lipstick smudges on the face, but no writing, at least nothing legible. A blunt force trauma to the temple, nose, and eye regions. Ligature marks point to the probable cause of death being strangulation.
Any idea of the time of death?
From her temperature, after midnight would be my guess.
كويس. على الأقل لابسة بس.
Very good. There is the usual evacuation smell, but it appears she's been living rough for quite some time.
Very strong smell of alcohol.
Well, the autopsy will tell, but I would assume that she was inebriated.
Another missing ring.
Certainly seems I've been swabbing a lot of bare fingers recently.
Can you be more exact about the time of death?
No later than 2 a.m. The state the body was in, a 1 or 2 hour window is the best I can do.
Someone was trying to get her to come home.
ما انا ما قريتش بقى. انت بتلخص الموضوع.
We could go over to the lot and see what they know about her.
That's going to be difficult, Cole. Keystone Studio lot closed back in 41.
Maybe someone at Mensch's will remember her. This is a chit for personal items, not booze. It's an angle worth investigating.
Blood splatter on the carriage. She must have been struck while standing up.
عمل كده ده مفتري.
What are you thinking, Ray?
The city keeps tossing us dead bodies. We're just running to catch up.
ولا.
This isn't what we're looking for.
I got this gadget whiz guy putting recording devices in the place.
أكلم البوليس وارجع له.
Phelps, 1247.
How could I help, Detective?
I need an address on Levine's Liquor. Closest store to the Santa Fe Avenue rail yard, if possible.
Just a moment, Detective. Closest store would be the one at 939 South Hope Street.
Thanks, ma'am.
ماشي. هو يعني يلا مش مهم بعد. استفزاز. الاستفزاز هيوصل لغاية فين مش عارف. بجد استفزاز والله. اللي الواحد بيشوفه ده استفزاز.
What are we waiting for?
لحظة واحدة حاج. ده انت راجل سخيف اوي. لحظة يا عم نشوف الاستفزاز اللي احنا شايفينه ده. يلا استعجل يا حاج. يلا يا حاج.
Advice?
I'm pretty sure we didn't join all the dots at that crime scene, Phil. Let's go back.
حلوة النط.
Detective Phelps and Galloway, homicide. Can you tell me exactly what happened?
We were shunting cars over to the main line when I saw this man here lying on top of this woman. The woman wasn't moving and seemed to be in a bad way.
What time was this?
About 7:30 this morning, sir.
Thanks for your help. Have you given Patrolman Hart your detail?
I have, sir.
Thank you. You can go now. Detective Phelps, LAPD homicide.
John Ferdinand Jameson.
We need you to answer some questions, John.
If you don't mind, I prefer Ferdinand.
Don't push your luck, knucklehead.
What were you doing to the body, Ferdinand?
Are you sure you won't be upset?
Try me, Ferdinand.
I was kissing her. It's not against the law.
Shut up.
There's no
Take
law
your
against
beating
it.
like a man.
Turn out your pockets, Ferdinand.
Kissing her.
Classic Carmine.
بتبوس جثة ميتة.
Is this yours, Ferdinand?
No. I found it near her purse. I thought she could use some lipstick.
Rusty, stop! Don't hit him. You went through her purse?
It wasn't like she needed it. I took a look.
Did you take any money?
Wasn't any to take. I found her lipstick and her matchbook over on the mat. Not much else.
You found the body?
Yes, I did. I work here. I was coming off shift and headed home.
Why didn't you report the body, Jameson? Do you know how this is going to look to a jury?
A jury? What gives? I could tell that she was dead. I came through here about midnight last night. She wasn't here then.
Let me belt him again.
You're under arrest, Jameson. We'll see how this plays out. Until then, you can think a little on how you'd like to be treated if you were found dead.
I'm telling you, it's not illegal. Me and some friends of mine...
بس بقى.
Clyde, you get this sack of shit into a cell. I'll deal with him later.
Sure, Rusty.
أول ما أشوف قضاء كده يا أخي. دي جثة ميتة. انت بتغش منه؟ لم نفسه
If you want a full report, you have to let me work.
لم نفسه وقفل البتاع. جاي يعني ولا مش جاي؟ تعالى تعالى. ما تخافش مش همشي واسيبك. مش همشي. مع اني بقى لو جينا للحق المفروض انت بقى اللي تسوق ميه بقى، يعني يبقى عند اهلك دم. انا اللي بسوق على طول، انت المفروض تسوق ميه بصراحه.
Agreed that those goddamn Chinese want to sell the relief food that we're sending them?
Yeah.
يمين في شمال.
Yeah, I read about that.
Those people are starving. I can't do that.
Want to sell the food to fund the civil war against the communists.
Really? Guess that's okay then.
Armies can't fight without food. You spend all your money on weapons, but you still have to have the will to fight. Fortunately, the Reds will win in China.
Watch your mouth. You know what you're saying?
The people of this country overthrew a king. You think the Chinese will balk at an emperor if they are starving?
KGP out to all units. Citizen reports man with a gun. Union and Rockwood Street.
لو في نفس المكان بعيدة مش هيروح. نفس المكان مش رايح.
Rockwood Street. Unit to handle code 2. Identify.
وما اسمعش
If we
صوتك.
survive this, it's gonna be a miracle.
اوه لا حلو عشان بداية هوا برضه، عشان الموتور يتهوى. اعتقد ان دي اخر مهمة للنهاردة يعني.
Drink, fellas.
Phelps, Galloway, homicide. We need to ask you some questions concerning Evelyn Summers.
I'm Walter Mensch. Evelyn Summers? What is it now?
You knew Evelyn?
As well as I wanted to know Evelyn. She's a pain in the ass, always coming in here, cadging drinks, never had any money. She was in just a couple of nights ago.
Did she ever tell you where she was staying?
I don't know. I think she was living rough. She had that kind of stunk about her.
Who did she drink with?
A bunch of these guys. Ask around.
What's your name?
Grosvenor McCaffrey.
Mind if I ask you some questions, Mr. McCaffrey?
I'm just a starving writer, detective. What do you want to ask about?
Evelyn Summers, and why she was found beaten and strangled in the rail depot on Santa Fe.
Okay. I see your point.
How well did you know her?
I can't say that I knew her. It was more like I was aware of her.
Did you see Evelyn last night?
No. I was at home. Writing.
كذاب.
Do you want to get dragged into this, McCaffrey? Do you want us to get interested in you?
She hung out with this powder puff, James Tiernan. They haunted the public library together.
How well do you know James Tiernan?
I know he works some kind of plebeian job at Rawlings Bowling Alley.
Rawlings. I know that place. Corner of 9th and Grand. A lot of cops bowl there on Tuesday nights.
Do you have a criminal record, Mr. McCaffrey?
Nothing serious. I've had a few skirmishes.
Do you want to save me some time, or do you want me to look up your file?
Industrial disputes, strikes, workers' rights, that kind of thing.
A regular fifth columnist. Nice to meet you, comrade.
Thank you for the information, Mr. McCaffrey.
قالوا ايه يعني مخلي الاجواء حلوة.
So what next?
I say we try the liquor.
You a friend of Evelyn Summers?
Who's asking?
Very cute. You know who's asking.
I know my rights.
You don't have any. Answer the question.
Evelyn mooches for drinks. I don't have any time for that.
Was that so hard?
Keep writing me, copper.
في حد هنا في الحمام في اي حتة؟ حد شافنا فدخل الحمام محبش يخرج منه كده يعني. انت يا جدع بتجيب فلوسك منين؟ ده مفيش غير 2. لا والبت اللي كانت بتيجي بس ماتت يعني. لسه في حاجات هنا ما عملناش.
I'm stumped. Ideas?
I say we try the liquor store next. I could get a short dog for the car.
فين الليكر ستور؟ هو ده.
The regulars might have something else to tell you, but I don't.
If you don't mind, I'm trying to grasp a very elusive thought.
One more time, pal, and I'll break your fucking jaw.
Try it. Just a try. تعالى يا عم نمشي من هنا يا عم. الليكرز هو ده. عشان ولا عربية تخبط فيها ولا اخبط في حد اهو.
What did you make of McCaffrey?
There'll come a day, and it's coming very soon. We'll run him and the rest of his pinko buddies out of Los Angeles.
Samantha's a suspect, Rusty.
بس قال واحد فين بار هي اللعبة دي تصدق الأول كنت خايف ألعبها بسبب الإنجليزي بتاعي يعني كده، بس لا فعلا حلوة بجد، ويتضح إن الإنجليزي بتاعي اتحسن على مدار السنين.
What can I do for you?
LAPD, Phelps and Galloway. We're making inquiries into the murder of Evelyn Summers.
Evelyn? She's dead?
You knew Evelyn Summers, Mr.
Robbins. Yes, I knew Evelyn. I was a good friend of her ex-husband. She kept some of her stuff here.
Can you show us, please?
Sure. Come this way.
اتفضل معلش بعتذر. اتفضل.
You got some fine stock here, Mr. Robbins. Well, you let us take some for the road, this case might get solved a lot quicker.
He's joking, Mr. Robbins.
She kept a bed here, but I probably shouldn't have let her. An alcoholic in a liquor store, that was never going to work out, was it?
We'll take a look around.
I'm
guessing Evelyn hadn't held down a job for quite some time before she was killed.
Mama, by drunk.
Exactly did Evelyn work in the pictures?
A few years ago. She worked in legal copyrights for music.
خدت جايزة كمان. Bowling.
Rawlings Bowling Alley. Maybe Evelyn did something other than drink in her spare time. She wasn't always such a loner.
يمكن حد كاتب لها حاجة ولا حاجة. مفيش. كانت وحيدة يعني.
Evelyn was reading Aristotle?
Evelyn wasn't stupid. The only stupid thing about her was her need to drink.
And she was borrowing books from Grosvenor McCaffrey.
McCaffrey. هي أختها أعطى. ده انت ده افتكرتك أختها. عارفين انتوا ده؟ واو شكلها صغيرة أوي مامتك. أنا افتكرتك يعني اخوات. دي مش ماما خالص. وحات أمك. ايه ده؟ يا عم انت. يا عم انت الصور اللي حطيتها دي عيب يا عم. ايه ده بيبيع خمور. حلوة عيب دي والله.
We're trying to account for Evelyn's movements yesterday.
She came by in the morning.
A social visit to pick up some of her things?
She had a couple of bucks and bought a quart of rye.
She was an alcoholic and your friend, and you still kept selling her booze.
You ever try to stop an addict, detective? Better me than having her buy methylated spirits from the hardware store.
Were you and Evelyn close, Mr. Robbins?
Not many people will be sad she's gone. I'll be one of the few.
We got the impression that Evelyn had been sleeping rough of late.
It became difficult for me to have her staying here.
Her mother was trying to get her back on the straight and narrow. She's old now. And to be honest, you have to have a good reason to want to get back on.
Do you know a friend of Evelyn's by the name of McCaffrey?
Not personally.
Do you know a friend of Evelyn's by the name of McCaffrey?
Not personally.
We're struggling for leads, Robbins. Did she know McCaffrey?
She idolized him. From what I gather, the feeling was far from mutual. He seems to peddle a revolutionary stance, fixing the ills of society. You could see how it would appeal to down-and-outs like Evelyn.
Thanks for your help, Mr. Robbins.
No problem. Hey, I'd like to make arrangements for the funeral. You think I could get in touch with Evelyn's mother?
Put in a call to the watch commander at Central Station, Mr. Robbins. He'll be trying to reach the next of kin.
Thanks. Get the guy, huh? Evelyn never hurt anybody.
هنحاول ما تقلقش دي شغلانتنا. انا ارجع لك تاني يا مكافئ على فكرة. لا انا عرفت منه بقى بصراحة. عايز ايه من كار 11K معلش.
Levin King.
A message from Captain Donnelly. Return to Central. Go to.
Levin King, in or out? Let's not keep the man waiting, Phelps.
Juvenile delinquency.
طب واللي احنا رايحين له يا باشا.
The LAPD advises all parents to send their children to Sunday school and take them to church.
America is the lucky country, and California is one of the finest jewels in America's crown. A land warmed by the sun, cooled by the freshest ocean breezes, a place of potential and prosperity. Folks, and today my company
شفت هو اللي خوطني ها؟
is offering you a chance to own a small piece of this great land for yourself. We're building sturdy, spacious houses, 800 square foot palaces on full half-acre blocks, perfect for families looking to make a new life in a burgeoning
بقول لك ما تيجي نغير العربية دي. تعال هركبك عربية حلوة تعال. وما تخافش أنا اللي عازم.
Just go easy, Phelps.
يا عم اقعد بقى ده انا عازمك على عربية جديدة اسكت بقى. تعرف تلف ايدك يمين وشمال كده زي ما بلفها بقى. Jet Li. خلي بالك اربط الحزام ايوه do you ever shut up. والله عنده حق.
Whoa, if someone reports this.
ما خلاص بقى انت.
The captain is downstairs with Ray Pinker and Carruthers.
تعالوا تعالوا تعالوا.
What's this about, Captain?
Ray and Mal have some concerns over the Henry and Muller cases, which I don't want aired outside of this room.
The evidence is solid, Captain.
I agree, Rusty. It's just that corpses keep piling up.
Copycats.
I've been banging the same drum. But the notes and the lipstick messages.
Evelyn Summers, Cartel Classic Carmine. Each woman, same brand, same color.
Teresa Terrelson didn't have a lipstick message.
Technically, you're right, Rusty. She didn't have any lipstick. But she did have a message. We found it beneath her dress, scraped with a sharp stick.
What did it say?
You sure you want to know?
Ray?
As far as we can be sure, it said cunt BD.
That's one way of looking at it.
Looking at what?
Cunt is all about access, Phelps. You're married, so yours is mortgaged. Some of us like to pay by installments. This guy doesn't like to pay at all.
Why are you so angry, Mal?
Because I just had to fire one of my assistants. He was a friend of Jameson's. God knows what he might have been up to.
Captain, we have good leads in the Summers case, but it's up to you to decide how we proceed.
Keep this under your hat for now. And to follow up on Evelyn Summers, I want daily reports.
We got our orders. Back to the Summers case. Get an address for McCaffrey. You'll have blown the bar. I'll meet you outside.
أنا اللي هقابلك بقى.
Drink. I got the jitters again.
Operator, give me R&I.
جاي بسرعة عشان يسبقني.
Cole Phelps, badge 1247.
How could I help, Detective?
I need an address for a Grosvenor McCaffrey.
Grosvenor McCaffrey. Apartment 6, 126 Yale Street, between Ord and Alpine.
Thanks.
لوكا احتمال بس يبقى بدري ساعة عشان نلحق نخلص كم حلو كده قبل ما نعمل بس ستيت اوف بلاي.
Let me pose a question. Depend.
هنا بقابل شخصين بضربهم تقريبا بضربهم. لا ده ويل سميث في مان ان بلاك هو اللي بيضربهم. بتلخبط دايما.
Hello, Rusty. Two on your usual lane?
I'm Detective Phelps. Homicide.
You must be new. What's your shoe size?
This is business, Florence. You got a guy works here by the name of Tiernan?
Sure we do. He's a pin setter. Clears the jams, works the gutters. Go right in. He'll be hopping around the lanes toward the back. He's a nice boy.
Thanks, ma'am. Let's go get him.
He's only a writer. He can't really help me.
I
Help me out.
understand you, but thousands
Well, the
wouldn't.
kid is in back somewhere. Let's pick him up.
In back فين؟
Down the left side of the alley.
So, you're gonna see your married man again?
ده الباثروم.
He's dull as different.
Tiernan, LAPD.
ليه يا بابا مطاردات السيارات اللي ما بتخلصش دي.
There.
What are you waiting for? Get after him!
We might go faster if we weren't carrying the extra weight. These are flashy cars to be parked outside a bowling alley.
ويوصلك انت
attracts
جدول
fast-living individual with money to burn.
Or a middle-aged individual with the need to feel virile.
Don't go to sleep on me. Get me back in close.
Another runner. At least we've got a suspect.
Why do they always run? I'm sure we've got the wrong person in more than one of these homicides, but they always seem to lam it.
You know, your theories are not airtight by any means.
لا عنده ليه على طول بيهربوا.
Hit it. Clean this asshole off the road.
If this isn't the killer, we can at least get him for reckless endangerment.
That's unless he runs into a wall and saves us all the trouble. Joyride is over, kid. Whoa, looks like we're going into the tunnels.
God damn it, he'll kill himself.
It's all right, as long as he doesn't kill us, I'm okay with it.
Keep it steady and I'll try.
That's the end of that. It's about fucking time.
Put your hands in the air.
لا نركب دي بقى. انت كنت تعرفها يا مكافئ. ليه بتضحك عليا يا مكافئ؟ ماشي.
Watch where you're driving, you maniac!
السواقة رخمة شوية.
Easy.
ايزي بيزي ليمونسكو ايزي. أنا جيت المكان ده قبل كده في قاتل تاني يعني. فين الأسماء مكتوبة فين؟ شقة رقم 6.
McCaffrey is in apartment 6.
ايه السهوم اللي بتلخبط دي.
Doesn't look like anybody's home.
هيبقى غبي لو جه البيت اصلا. The last.
Doesn't give me anything to go on.
ماشي.
It would take a smarter man than me to connect that.
بقى رسالة.
Torn from the letter we found beside the body. At the very least, I'd say it ties McCaffrey to the scene.
It doesn't appear to be connected. Junk.
Oh.
He said he was at home. He said he didn't know her. And we have the book.
Let's see Carruthers argue his way out of this one.
Is that you, Grosvenor? Who are you guys? What are you doing in here?
We're from the LAPD, ma'am. Do you know where we might find McCaffrey?
I'm his neighbor. Is he in trouble?
Look, lady, we need to find him, and in a hurry. Are you going to give me trouble?
He has a pigeon coop up on the roof. He spends his mornings up there when he's been drinking.
How do we get up there?
Down the hall and up the stairs.
Drunk and in command of a carrier pigeon.
عرفنا مننا أول ولادي.
Surely we can write him up for that. A citation at least.
وخلي بالك يا حاجة، انت لو كان وعدك بحاجة مش هيوفي بيها، هيتحبس. ماشي؟ حبيت اقول لك يعني. دقيقة واحدة مش هتأخر. ما تأخرتش صح؟ قلتي فين تاني؟
I've told you where he might be. That's the best I can do.
عرفانة مننا والله، والله عرفانة مننا.
That's the guy from the papers. Solve that big case.
ده مين يا بابا؟ ده مين يا حبيبي؟ ياه. بعد ما تقتل القتيل.
McCaffrey. Running on a hangover, McCaffrey? Sit down and we'll talk.
ليه؟ أنا زهقت. مفيش حد فيكم بيجي بالراحة ليه؟ اوعى تركب عربية، وحياة أبوك يا جدع، وحياة أبوك اوعى تركب عربية. اوعى تركب عربية، مكافئ أزعل منك صدقني. مش أنت كمان. شاطر ما ركبش عربية، شاطر. تخبطك عربية طيب؟
You a runner, McCaffrey? Stay and fight the good fight.
Be careful. You look dangerous.
أنت يلا. خفيف قوي مكافئ. يا ابني اصبر يا ابني.
Give it up, LAPD.
كده هيتقبض عليك يا بابا. طب تعالى بقى، انت اللي جبته لنفسك. قطعت نفسي، يتقطع نفسك. يلا. كلب.
McCaffrey, you're under arrest on suspicion of murdering Evelyn Summers.
كلب.
We need to get downtown and wrap this thing up. It's got to be McCaffrey. Unless Tiernan set him up. You don't think that asshole Jameson could have done it? do you? Whoever did it, was that gal you fucked.
How do you know that McCaffrey didn't do the dahlia?
We have a list of over 200 suspects. His name was never on it.
If you think the list is exhaustive, Rusty, who am I to argue?
Listen, let's just work the case at hand, shall we? Then we can sit down and put all the puzzle pieces together at a later date.
I'll hold you to that.
بس فعلا المحققين ربنا معاهم يعني في قضايا، بس المحققين اللي بيشتغلوا مش المحققين اللي بيناموا. يعني في فرق، في محققين فعلا بيكونوا عايزين يلاقوا على اللي قتل اللي عمل الجريمة. في محققين اكيد يعني يا عم هو ده، احنا لسه هنتعب نفسنا؟ طب ليه بقيت محقق اصلا؟
You sure you can make it stick with one of these suspects, gentlemen?
It's either McCaffrey or Tiernan, sir. I think Jameson is an aberration.
All right. I'll deal with that degraded lunatic myself. He's got some fearful retribution coming. Tiernan isn't one, McCaffrey isn't two. I want a confession from one of them. Don't fail me, young fellas.